Hello everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening from the different time. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all from the different time zone from where you guys are joining me in the session. And I welcome you all in the virtual training session for the course called SC-900, which is Security, Compliance, and Identity Fundamental. So I welcome you all in the virtual training session for SC900 and thank you very much for joining me today in the session in here. So before moving ahead with the session, before starting with the SC900 program in here, quickly checking up that can you guys hear me loud and clear in the class and also can see the screen which I'm sharing now. It's a PowerPoint presentation. Okay, all right, everyone. Thank you for the quick confirmations from your end. And now we are going to start our session for today for SC900. So let's get started with the session with a quick introduction in here. So my name is Ayush Mishra and I am working as a solution architect and Microsoft certified trainer at GTechLearn with having 6+ years of experience in the training industry. If I'm talking about my technical exposure in here, so I have started myself as a system administrator and then slowly and gradually I have upgraded myself towards the different Microsoft cloud technologies like Microsoft Power Platform, Microsoft Business Applications, Dynamics 365, CRM, ERP. I also worked on the infrastructure side of Microsoft Azure and Office 365 itself. That's fine. If I'm talking about my time, so the 60% of my time goes for training the clients and the customers what we are having across the globe, and the 40% of my time goes for consulting the different clients what we are having. Being a Microsoft certified trainer, I'm also certified in different Microsoft tracks over there. It's related to the Power Platform, it is related to the infrastructure side of Microsoft Azure, is it is related to the Office 365 itself, and I'm working as a infrastructure side of Microsoft Azure as a primary area of my work. And also I'm working with the Microsoft security related thing as a secondary area of my work in here. So that is little about in terms of my technical exposure, your and my experience what I am having. So now let's get started with the session with the course introduction in here. So if I'm talking about this course, so this is the course that is going to provide us a very basic knowledge of the security, compliance, and identity related concepts what we are having and what we can use in order to improve our security posture for the organization. That's fine. And if I'm talking about the audience for this course, so if you guys are having the basic understanding of the Microsoft cloud concepts like Microsoft Azure and Microsoft 365, then it's really helpful to you to understand the things what we are going to discuss in the course called SC900. That's fine. So this course is for the person who are uh, trying to start their journey with the security solutions. So this is the very first step which you can take in order to start yourself with the security domain of Microsoft in here. So as I told you, the name of the course is Security, Compliance and Identity Fundamental. So in this course called SC900, we are going to take a look over to the different security terms, security concepts, what we are having, or also we are going to discuss about the things like we can say that identity management thing, like how do we go ahead and manage our identities, how do we go ahead and manage the security for the same. That's fine. So in I'm talking about the course. So the entire SC900 course is divided into 4 different modules what we are having. The very first module of SC900 is just talking about the different security related concepts what we are having. Means it is having the concepts related to the security, zero trust model, shared responsibility model, encryption, hashing, CIA model and all, and there are also having some basic detail about the identity management thing itself. Then moving forward with the training, then when we are on the next module number 2, that module is totally talking about the Azure Active Directory, that what are the different capabilities which do we are having in the Azure Active Directory, and how do we go ahead and utilize the Azure Active Directory for managing the different users and the objects for our organization. And also, if we do want to maintain the security for the same, then what are the different security capabilities we are having into it. Then in the next module number 3, we are going to take a look on the security capabilities of Microsoft, where we are going to discuss about that if we do want to maintain the security posture for our organization based on the different resources what we are deploying over to the Microsoft cloud. So how do we go ahead and maintain the security for the same? Then in the last module of this course, we are going to talk about the compliance capabilities what we are having in the Microsoft, and in those compliance related things, we are going to take a look on the sensitivity labels for protecting our information. We are going to take a look for the Azure blueprint. We are going to take a look over to the Azure policies, like how do we go ahead and implement those policies in order to maintain the compliance in our organization. So that is the different modules what we are going to discuss in our today's session in SC900. And also this is all about the course introduction in here. So one more thing I would like to tell you all, that we are hosting different webinars, virtual trainings and events in here. So if you guys do want to register yourself for the different upcoming webinars on the different technologies like SC900, AZ900, AI900, MS900, so you guys can visit to that specific link, gtechlearn.com/webinar.aspx, and you guys can do register yourself for the upcoming webinars what we are hosting in future. And also if you guys do want to access the previous event recordings itself, so you can go to our website, and over to our website you can visit the section that is for the past event, and from in here you can access those events what we have had before. So let me just quickly give you a brief that how do you guys go ahead and access the same. So here you can go to the website called gtechlearn.com, and from in here you can see one option for the event and webinar. And if you guys do want to register yourself for the different upcoming webinars what we are going to host, so from this list you can select the specific technology in which you want to register yourself. You need to click on this register link, and then you have to provide your details, and then you will be able to join in the webinar what we are hosting, or work the training what we are hosting. Same as like that, if you guys do want to access the past event recordings itself, so from the past event area you can go ahead and access those recordings itself. That's fine. So that is a basic thing what I want to tell you in order to register yourself for the upcoming event and access the previous recordings what we are having, as well as that is all about having the introduction in SC900. After that, I'm going to start the very first module of this course called SC900. But before that, let me share you one more information in here, that we are scheduled to run this session from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. UK time. So we are having total 4 hours for this session. If you guys are thinking that I'm moving way much faster with the content, I should slow it down in order to maintain the pace of the training. So for the same, you guys have a chat access with you, you guys have a mic access with you, you guys can just let me know and I slow it down according to the requirement. And also in between the training, we are going to take a quick short break for 10 or 15 minutes based on the time what we are having. So that will give us some refreshment in here. That's fine. So that is all about the course introduction. Before moving ahead to the very first module, if you guys are having any question related to the training, related to the course introduction and all, so please raise your queries. Otherwise, we can continue with the very first module in here. Okay, so now we are absolutely good to work with the very first module of this course. So I'm just opening up the very first module on the screen, and I hope it is visible to you all. That's fine. So now we are going to start the very first module that is talking about describe the concepts of security, compliance, and identity. So let's have a look. First of all, in this module, we are going to take a look over to the shared responsibility model. That what is the shared responsibility model? If I'm talking about the shared responsibility model in here, so we all know that we are having the different models are present to work. For example, we are working with the on-premises solution where we are going to responsible for all the things. We are hosting our own machines, we are hosting our own data center, we are putting up the data into it, and then we are sharing that data with the different clients or the users what we are having. Apart from that, the next thing what we can do, we can take a service from any one of the cloud service provider. It could be Microsoft, it could be Amazon, it could be Google Cloud as well. So in that case, we are talking about the Microsoft technology. So now if we are working with the same, so we can talk about the Microsoft Azure itself. So when we are working with the cloud service provider with the Microsoft, or we can say that we are working with the Microsoft Azure in order to complete our business solutions. So there are different type of deployment methods are available to us, like infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service. So as a cloud service provider, Microsoft is providing the different type of services to us, that how do we want to utilize the cloud platform what is provided by the Microsoft. So when we are talking about the first one, that is on premises. So inside that, whenever we are working with the organization, we are having few responsibilities, like managing the physical data center where we are having all the machines are available. We are having the physical network, physical host, operating system, network control, application, identity and directory infrastructure, accounts and identities, devices, information, and the data. So these all are the some different responsibilities. So when we are working with the on-premises scenarios, in that case, the customer, or we can say the organization, is going to be responsible for all the things, whether it is related to managing the data center, managing the network, host, operating system, network control, application. Everything is going to be managed and by the your organization or the customer which is hosting their own data center itself. After that, when we are talking about the infrastructure as a service, so that is a type of service which is provided by the cloud service providers. And in that specific service, we are renting the infrastructure from the cloud service provider in order to complete our business need. So when we are working with the infrastructure as a service, then few responsibilities are going to be managed by your cloud service provider, and few responsibilities are going to be managed by the organization itself. So what are the responsibilities are transferred to the cloud service provider when we are working with the infrastructure as a service model? So in that case, the maintenance and the management of the physical data center, physical network, and the physical host is going to be managed by your cloud service provider. It means the Microsoft in our case. And the rest of the thing like operating system, network control, application, identity and directory infrastructure, managing the account and the identities, devices, and the information and data. So these all are the responsibilities are going to be managed by the organization itself. That's fine. Now, after that, we are having the second type of service available that is known as a platform as a service. So what does it mean? So if we are talking about the platform as a service thing, so in that case, till the operating system, everything is going to be managed by your cloud service provider. You only have to go ahead and run your code and run your application. But in that case, the network control, application, and identity and directory infrastructure is going to be a shared responsibility between the cloud service provider and the customer. However, the account and identity device and information and data is going to be managed by the customer only or by the organization only. That's fine. Then when we are working with the software as a service type, so in that case, the application, network control, operating system, physical host, physical network, and the physical data center things is going to be managed by your cloud service provider. What you need to do, you need to just purchase the subscription and start utilizing the service. For an example, if I'm talking about the example for the software as a service type, so we all are using the Office 365. Okay, so in that case, when we are working with the Office 365, we don't have to worry about like where on which hardware the Office 365 workload is running, on which application or which framework the Office 365 thing is running on. What we need to do, we need to just go to the website, purchase the specific subscription based on the services what we want to use, and then we are start utilizing the same. So that is something which is known as a software as a service in here. So in that case, the identity and directory infrastructure is going to be the shared responsibility between the organization and the cloud service provider. In the platform as a service example, we can say that we are utilizing the app service in Microsoft Azure, where Microsoft is giving us the platform that you do not need to manage the hardware, you do not need to manage the operating system, you do not need to manage the runtime. We are the cloud service provider and we are managing the all the things on your behalf. What you need to do, you need to just write your code and start working with your application in here. In the infrastructure as a service, we are taking the infrastructure from the rank on the Microsoft and or from the cloud service provider, and based on that we are utilizing the same. But in the infrastructure as a service, the maintenance, the management, and the upgrade related thing is going to be managed by the cloud service provider itself. We need to provide the option that which configuration we want to utilize in our requirement, and then we can start working on the same. So in a nutshell, we can say that the shared responsibility model is something which is giving you the clear idea that when you are moving towards the cloud environment, then which responsibilities is going to be managed by the customer and which responsibilities is going to be managed by your cloud service provider. And in between, what are the different responsibilities we are having that is shared between the cloud service provider and the organization itself. So that is the shared responsibility model. Okay, now moving ahead with the next concept what we are having, and that concept is known as a defense in depth model. So what is the defense in depth? So as per the name, we can say that the defense in depth is the model where we are talking about the security in the different layers. Okay, so the defense in depth is uses a layered approach. As you can see in the picture, there are several layers are present into this specific model. So instead of relying on a single parameter for the security, for maintaining the security posture for our organization, a defense in-depth strategy uses a series of mechanisms in here in order to slow the advance of an attack over there. In the defense in-depth, each layer provides the protection. So in that case, if one layer is breached, then a subsequent layer will prevent an attacker to getting the unauthorized access to the data. That's fine. So in the defense in-depth, we are having the different layers are present, like physical security. So the physical security is the thing that is related to your physical data center. Like if you are having your data center, so by managing the physical security, you can limit the access to the users to the data center, like only authorized persons can go ahead and enter into the data center and manage the physical things what we are having present into the data center. Then after we are having the identity and access related thing. So in this layer, by using this layer in defense in-depth model, we are controlling the security that is related to the access. So for the same, what we can do, we can set up the multi-factor authentication. So that is the way by which we are providing our identity. All right. And then we are going to control the access by defining the different condition-based policy. Like based on the specific condition, we are going to grant the access to the user and we can block the access. And if it is required, then based on the condition, we can enforce the user with the multi-factor authentication. That if you do want to access the thing what we are having inside our organization, then you must have to go through with the multi-factor authentication. That's okay. Now the next thing what uh, we are having in this defense in-depth model, that is perimeter layer. So in that specific layer, we are talking about the security related thing that is related to the traffic. Like we are having the multiple uh, traffic sources are present, we are having the virtual machine, and in which we are hosted one web server, and we are getting the traffic into it. But at the same time, we are also getting the false positive traffic on the same. So by using the perimeter layer of defense in depth, what we can do, we can set up the DDoS protection into it that will help us to save the users or save the server with the false positive things. uh, yes, Neilpreet, you raise the hand.
Hello.
Uh,
Can you
I,
hear me?
yes, I can hear you.
Yep. This Azure software, it's supporting to with the complete ERP, not one made by Microsoft.
Actually, you are getting too much noise from your backend. Could you please share the thing on the chat?
Sure. Okay. No worries. Thank you.
Yes, please, please.
Okay.
All right, so I'm talking about the perimeter layer. So the perimeter layer is yeah, the layer where we are using the DDoS protection related thing. Then we are having the network layer in place. So the network layer is providing us the segmentation of the network in order to limit the communication between the resources. What does it mean? For an example, if we are having one network available and inside my this network, I am having the multiple workloads are running. I am having one web server where I am running my website. Then we are having one database server also present. And my this web server is externally facing to the internet. And what I do not want to give the external user access towards my database server. So what I can do, I can create the different segmentation between the network, and then I can create the secure connection between the web server and my database server. So if my web server is want to use some data what we are having in the database server, then this server can securely access the data from the database server, and by creating the segment over to the network, we can access the control that which user can have access to which service or which server what we are having. That's fine. Then we are having a compute layer, and in the compute layer we are securing the access towards our server, and if we are talking about the cloud, so it could be a virtual machine. And inside that what we can do, we can configure the network security groups over there, and by configuring that we can close the certain port. For an example, if I'm running the web service on my this server, and this is my external facing web server with having the public IP address enabled. So what I can do, I can block the RDP access to this server. However, I can allow the HTTPS access for the user so they can access the web service only. But by using the public IP, if any user is want to connect with my web server, then it is blocked because we are using the compute layer security where we are applying the network security group on the same. That's fine. Then we are having the next layer in line, that is application layer. So the application layer is a type of layer that is ensuring that whatever the application you are using is secure and free of the security vulnerabilities. So because the application is the thing where we are having our data, so it's really important to maintain the security for the application what we are having itself. So by using this layer of the defense in-depth model, what we can do, we can maintain the security for our application. And at the end in this model, we are having the data layer, and the data layer is securing our customer data by encrypting the data. And we can also go ahead and use the sensitivity label. We can also use the retention policies on the same in order to protect our data. And that is the thing which just comes up under the information protection in here. So this is a very basic fundamental course for the security related concept. So in this specific course, we are discussing the different security related terms and the concepts what we are having. However, based on that, we are having the different dedicated courses are present. Those are talking about the endpoint security. Those are talking about the information protection and all. That's fine. So that is all about in here related to the defense in depth. Now, moving ahead with the next concept that is talking about the CIA, that is confidentiality, integrity, and availability. So if I'm talking about this term, so this is not a Microsoft model. This is not dedicatedly related with the Microsoft. However, this is a common security term that is used by all the security professionals what we are having. So first of all, if I'm talking about the confidentiality, so that is the thing that refers to need to keep the sensitive data such as customer information and password or financial data secure. It means that we can encrypt the data to keep it confidential. That's okay. But then you also need to keep the encryption keys confidential. For example, if I'm having some data and I have encrypted that data with using the different encryption methods what we are having, then in that case, we also need to secure the encryption keys, because if someone is having the access to the encryption keys, then they can easily decrypt the data. So the confidentiality is the most visible part of the security. So we can clearly see need for sensitive data like keys, password, and other secrets to be confidential. So that is the confidentiality related thing what we are having. Like if we are having some sensitive data present, then also we need to make it more confidential by keeping the things secure in here. Then integrity comes up in the line, and integrity refers to keeping the data or message correct. So just for an example, we are having the data with us in a different form. Like we are having the data at rest where we have stored the data. We are having the data in transit where we are sending the data or sharing the data with someone. So just for an example, when you send an email message and you want to be sure that the message received is the same as the message you send, and in another example, we can say that when you store the data into your database and you want to be sure that the data you retrieve is the same as the data you store into the database. So for the same, what we can do, we can use the different methods like encrypting the data in order to keep the data confidential. But it you must be able to decrypt it so that the same time when you are you want to use the data, then it is encrypted for you. So the integrity is only the term that is referring to the same thing, that you are having the confidence that whatever the data you are saved is not tempered or altered, and you are accessing the same data whatever the data you saved over there. All right, then the availability comes up in the line. So the availability is something that refers to make data available. It means that when we are saving the data, when we are encrypting the data, in that case, we are also having the option available in order to available that data to the user. So just for an example, if we are having a company and we are keeping some customer data like payment information, email IDs, address and all, and we are keeping that data with us with the encrypted manner, and any one of our customer executive is dealing with the customer and they need that specific data in order to create the proper communication with the user. So in that case, what we can do, we can use the availability thing in here. So that is the term that refers that you are having the data into the encrypted manner. That's okay, but it should be available to you whenever it's needed. That's fine. So that is the term where we are having some security related concepts are available, like confidentiality, integrity, and the availability in here. That's okay. Now moving ahead with the next concept, and that is talking about the zero trust model. And if I'm talking about the zero trust methodology in here, so that is the thing that assume that everything is on an open and untrusted network. So in the previous times, what we think that if we are accessing the things from behind the corporate network, from behind the firewall of the corporate network, then that is safe. But what zero trust methodology says, it says that everything is in an open and untrusted network over there. So the zero trust model is always operate on the principle that is trust no one and verify everything. That's okay. So in the zero trust model, we are having few guiding principles are available, and the zero trust model is having three different guiding principles in which we can check that how we are implementing the security for our organization. And those guiding principles are verify explicitly, least privileged access, and the assume breach. So when we are talking about the first one, that is verify explicitly. In that case, it will always authenticate and authorize based on the available data point, including the user identity, including the user location, including the user device, service, and workload over there. So it means that, for example, basically what we are doing, if we guys do want to access the resource of our organization or any service we do want to access which is provided by your organization, so we are using the username and the password for the same. And when it is correct, then we are having the access to the same thing. But what verify explicitly says, it says that that's okay if your username and password is correct, then again you have to provide your identity in the terms of different thing like multi-factor authentication or else. So how the machines are going to check your identity by your username and password. And just for an example, one of my colleagues is having my username and password, and that is trying to log in to the service, logging to the portal with my specific account, then he has the access. But if we are working with the zero trust guiding principle that is verify explicitly, so in that case, when the first factor authentication has been done by the uh, username and the password authentication, then I should receive one OTP on my email, on my mobile phone, or maybe I have configured the authenticator application. And when the first factor authentication has done, then after what we have to do, we have to provide the another authentication thing that yes, I am the authenticated one who is trying to access the same thing. That's okay. So that is the verify explicitly. Then the least privileged access is the second guiding principle of the zero trust methodology. It says that we only have to provide the user access, that access is required to complete the specific task. And in the least privilege access, we are having the two different things are present, like just in time access and just enough access over there. And based on that, we can go ahead and provide the protection to our data and the productivity as well. So what the just in time access means, for an example, if I do want to give any user access to reset the password of other non-admin user, so in that case, instead of giving them the global admin permission, what we can do, we can assign them the password administrator role. So based on that, whatever the role is required to complete the specific task only, based on that we are providing the access to the user. So that is a just enough access. And what the just in time, it means that, for example, if I do want to assign the user access for the 8 hours only, for 1 day only, so instead of assigning the role to that user permanently, we can set up the timeline that for only 8 hours for 1 day we are going to assign that specific role to the user. So that is something which comes up under the least privilege access over there. Then we are having the assume breach in place. So assume breach is something where we are segmenting the access by network, by user, device, and application, and it uses the encryption to protect the data, and it uses the analytics to get the visibility, detect the different type of threat, and based on that, it is helping you to improve your security posture. So even if you are accessing the things from the secure network, it assumes us as a breach, and then accordingly it will run some analytics over there, and if everything is good, then that's fine. And if any threat or if any detection were found is found, then it will start taking the action based on that. So this is the assume breach in here. Based on that, these guiding principles in zero trust methodology is also having the six different foundational pillars over there. So in a zero trust model, all the elements are work together in order to provide the end-to-end security, and these six are the foundational pillars of the zero trust methodology over there, like identities, devices, application, data, infrastructure, and the network. So when we are talking about the different type of guiding principles in here, so in those guiding principles, how we are going to manage the thing. So first of all, if I'm talking about the identity, so it could be a user, it could be a device, or it could be a service. So whenever an identity attempts to access a resource, it must be verified with the strong authentication first of all. So it means that we are authenticating ourselves that we are the correct user who do want to access the specific service. And after that, we are having the next option present, that is known as a least privilege access. So whenever someone is authenticated with the user credentials, then it is going to be followed by the least privilege access principle itself. Then we are having the devices. So when we are having the devices in our organization, so devices can create a large attack surface because we are having the all data flow from the devices over there. So it's really important to protect our device. So how do we do that? By monitoring the devices for the health and the compliance, we can provide the proper security to our devices itself. Then the application comes up in the line. So in the application, we are having the way where the data is consumed. So in that specific pillar, this include discovering all application being used. Sometimes we call it as a shadow IT because not all the application are managed centrally. So this pillar also includes the managing the permission and the access towards the different application what we are having inside our organization. Then the data comes up in the line, and the data should be classified, labeled, and encrypted based on the different attributes and the security efforts that are ultimately about for protecting the data and ensuring that it remains safe when data leaves the devices, data leaves the application and the infrastructure itself. That's fine. Then we are having the infrastructure present as a next foundational pillar of zero trust methodology. So whether on premises or cloud based, whenever we are having the infrastructure present, then that is representing to a threat vector. So in order to improve the security, we can assess the version, we can assess the configuration and the just in time access, and we can also use the different type of telemetry to detect attack and anomalies. So this will also allow you to automatically block or flag the risky behavior, and based on that we can go ahead and take the proactive protective actions based on that. Then we are having the network pillar in place. So in the network pillar, what we can do the network segmentation, we can create the threat protection for the network, we can set up the end-to-end encryption, we can use the monitoring over there in order to protect the different security for the resources what we are having inside that specific network itself. That's fine. So that is all about the zero trust model. So before moving ahead with the encryption, let me just recall you that what are the things we have discussed. So first of all, we talked about the shared responsibility model. Then we talked about the defense in depth concept. Then we talked about the CIA. Then we talked about the zero trust model. And now we are going to take a look over to the encryption related thing. That's fine. So if I'm talking about the encryption in here, so the encryption is something where we are uh, changing the form of the data simply. It means that in the encryption, we are changing the actual data. For an example, if I do want to type ABC, okay, so instead of typing the ABC, what I can do, I can type 1, 2, 3. So this is the way that I'm changing the data. So by having the encryption enabled, if we are having the access to the unauthorized data. If any attacker is having the access to the unauthorized data, then that data is unreadable and unusable for that attacker, because the data the attacker is getting is 123. But we know that I have converted ABC into the 123 as per the alphabetical order. So that is something what we are doing in the encryption. We are changing the actual data into the another form. That's fine. And for encrypting the data, we are using the different type of encryption method. We are having the encryption keys are there. So in how many scenarios we can encrypt the data? We can encrypt the data when the data at rest. We can encrypt the data when the data is in transit. We can also encrypt the data when the data is in use. So first of all, let's just talk about the encryption at rest. So data at rest is the data that is stored on the physical device, such as in a server. Like we are having the data presence inside my database server, inside my machine, inside my storage account, and we are encrypting that data. So that is the encryption that is known as the encryption of data at rest. That ensures that the data is unreadable without the keys and the secret that is needed to decrypt that specific data. So if we have configured and enabled with the encryption at rest option, and then after, if an attacker obtain the access to the hard drive with the encrypted data, so attacker could not able to read that specific data. Attacker is not able to access that data. My apologies. Then we are talking about the next one, that is encryption in transit. It means that in transit means whenever our data is moving from one location to another location, and at that given point of time we are encrypting our data. So that is something what we are having in a encryption of data in transit. And for the same we are using the different protocols for the same. So in the encryption in transit, we are securely transferring the data with the different layers, and we can use the different protocols for the same. Like if we are using the web service and we do want to share our data with the proper encryption, so we can use the HTTPS protocol on the same. So encrypting the data in transit always protect it from the outside observer and provide a mechanism to transmit the data while limiting the risk of the exposure over there. Then we are having the third thing present, that is encryption of data in use. So whenever we are using the data in that specific time, we also need to encrypt that specific data, because the data is only decrypted for the time till the time we are having the access to the data. And when we close the access, then the data is encrypted again. Now that is the thing what we are having in as a part of our encryption. Now the question comes up, what are the different type of encryption what we are having? So we are having two different type of encryption are available, like the symmetric encryption and the asymmetric encryption. So in the symmetric encryption, in the picture you can see we are having the one shared key available, and that key is going to be used in order to decrypt or encrypt the data. That's fine. Then we are having the second type of encryption available, that is asymmetric encryption. In this encryption, in this encryption method, we are having the two different keys. One is the public key and one is the private key. So by using the two different keys, we are encrypting and decrypting the data itself. That's fine. So that is the encryption in here. Now moving to the next concept, that is talking about the hashing. So hashing is something that uses a different algorithm in order to convert the original data or the text to the unique fixed length. But there is a big difference between the encryption and the hashing. In the encryption, we are using the keys, but in the hashing, we are not using the keys over there. And also the hashed value is not then decrypted back to the original. So when we are using the hashing, when we are storing the password, then the hashing is used over there. So when a user enters their password, so the same algorithm that create the stored hashes of a hash, the enter the password is going to be compared with the stored hash. And if the things are matched, then user is having the access to the thing. Otherwise, the access is blocked, because we are having the different type of hashing algorithms are present. And based on that, what we can do, we can generate the unique fixed length value over there. That's fine. So let me just give you a quick example on the hashing. So here I'm opening up my browser and online hashing, and let me open this up. And here you can see that, for example, if I do want to type hello in here, and here you can see this is going to be the hash value what we are having for the text hello. So let me copy it and decrypt hash, and let me search it. Let me go back and hash online. And now here you can see it says that please enter the hash value. Let me submit and search. And now here you can see that hello. So this is a very basic thing. I'm just doing the same thing for the example. So that's why I will be able to decrypt the hash, but it is not that much easy to decrypt the hash. Just because of I'm just using the demo, I'm just giving you a example like how hashing works, what is the hashing. So in this case you can see when we are hashing the password and the things, so it is converted into different fixed length, and for the hashing we are having the different type of hashing algorithms are available. So we are having the SHA 256, MD4, MD5, MD2. If we are hashing the file, then for the same, we are also having the different file hashes option also present. So that is the hashing. That's fine. Now moving ahead and just talking about some compliance concept what we are having. So here you can see we are having the data residency. It means that whenever we are working with the data, whenever we are working with the thing, in that case, what happens? We are having the data present onto the specific location. And in that specific thing, we can see that how we are going to process our data, how we are going to access our data and transfer our data internationally. So it will give us the regulations and the governing related thing on the different physical location where we are storing our data. Like in India, we are having the different rules. In US, we are having the different rule. In Europe, we are having the different rule. Then the data sovereignty comes up in the picture. And in that case, when we are having the personal data, so that data is subject to the laws and the regulation of the specific country where from where which is physically collected, health or processed. So in that case, the data is totally responsible to those regulations. Then the data privacy comes up in the line. So in that case, for example, when we are using some application, when we are using any software, and that software is collecting the data from us and using the data, so that is the data privacy thing, that the thing is going to be transparent, that if any application is taking that data from you, then that data is secure to you, and that your data is not going to be shared with anyone without your permission. So that is the data privacy, and these three concepts are known as a compliance concept because we are having the trust to the thing. Like if we are sharing our data, then our data and information is protected over there. That's fine. So that is all about the lesson number one in here. Then let's just talk about the another lesson that is talking about the identity concept. But before moving ahead with the identity concept thing in here, please let me know everyone if you are having any query with you.
Hi, Ayush. I have
Hi.
one question. Yeah, just one question about hashing and hashing
Mm-hmm.
part.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I know there is some Java code which we use to unhash in hash part, but there are some online websites also, right, to unhash a third part. Is it safe to do that way, to using online tools to unhash?
I'm not getting you. Actually, you are talking from far from your mic. Maybe it is. So could you please repeat it?
Yeah, what I asked is, I know
Mm-hmm.
we are using certain codes to unhash the hash part, but there
Correct.
are some online tools to unhash, right? So is it safe to use those tools?
Okay.
Online
Uh,
tools?
that is the tools what you are talking about is
Yeah,
safe or not. That is totally dependent on the vendor, like which vendor is providing the tool, because if we are working with those tools, that is used for the basic hashing decryption only. Okay,
Mhm.
so if it is possible to decrypt the hashes by using the online tool, by using the Java code tool, then what is the part of the security into it? So we are just doing the thing for a demo, then we can easily decrypt the hash, but in real time it takes too much long time in order to decrypt the hash, and it is not as much that easy to use any website or application for decrypting the hash. Okay, so
Yeah.
those are secure based on the vendor, like which vendor is providing the thing and which information that a specific website or application is getting from you. Okay, so based
Okay.
on that you can see that is it secure or not.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks, Harsh.
All right, no problem. So now we are going to talk about the identity related concepts. So before talking about the identity concepts like authentication and authorization, first of all, let's just talk about the identity. That what is an identity? So we are humans, we are having our name as an identity. Like I am Ayush, someone is Neeraj, someone is Ram, someone is Jason. So same as like that, when we are working with the online resources, when we are working with the devices, so when we do want to gain the access to the devices, then we need a identity. For an example, we guys are joined in the session from the laptop, from the mobile. So whenever we are turning on our laptop, it asks for the username, the specific username and the password. When we enter those things, then we will be able to access that device. So that is the thing which is known as a identity, that you are providing the thing that yes, I am the correct one who is going to utilize that specific thing. So the identity is something that is representing yourself in order to gain the access to the different devices or the resources what we are having inside the organization. So as an identity, we can have the users over there. Now, the important thing is that when it comes up to the authentication and the authorization, these two are the different terms. So in the authentication, you are providing and you are proving that you are the correct person who is trying to access that specific resource. And for the authentication, we are using the username and the password, that yes, I am the correct one who is going to gain the access over to the specific resource or the device. Then when the authorization comes up, so it says that if you are authenticated, for example, I have access one website called portal.azure.com with my username and password, and I am successfully authenticated with that and I have access to the Azure portal. Then after the authorization comes up in the picture, and it says that it will check the level of access what you are having to use that specific resource in which you are authenticated. So it means that the authorization is a specific set of permission which you have assigned in order to access the specific resource. So if I'm talking about the same thing in a example, so just for an example, there is an home, and in this home we are having the four different rooms are present: the room 1, room 2, room 3, room 4, and each room has its own key. And then we are having one main gate present in this room, and I have two different user A and user B. Now I provide the main gate key to both of my users. So it says that my both user A and B is authenticated in order to enter in the room. But after that, I have provided the room 1 key to my user A and room 1, 2, 3, 4 key to my user B. When they are authenticated that they can enter in the home, then after user A is only authorized to access the room 1, but my user B is authorized to access all the rooms what we are having in the room. So that is the concept of authentication and authorization. So if I am talking this thing in a technical way, so I am having one application present, and inside my application I am having some data. I have give the read permission to my user A. So in that case, user A can only read the data what we are having in the application. However, if I provide the create, delete, permission to my user B. So my user B can create the data in the application, can delete the data in the application, or also can read the data, whatever the data we are having in the application. So that is the difference between the authentication and the authorization. That's fine. Then moving ahead with the next slide that is talking about the identity as a perimeter, primary security perimeter. So in the previous time, we are using the identity in order to authenticate the things into inside the network only. But as of now, what we are doing, we are using the identity for the multiple purposes over there. Like we are using the identity in order to connect with our partners, with our customers. By the identity, we are accessing the cloud applications. We are using the on-premises application over there. So in that case, the identity becomes the primary security parameter, because for accessing all the things, we need an identity, and it's really important to provide the security on the same. Then we are having the four different pillars of present in the identity infrastructure. So those are administration, authentication, authorization, and the auditing. Just give me a quick 2 minutes, guys. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Concept is present, that is auditing. So in the auditing, we are talking about that if we have provided the access to someone, then after gaining that access, whatever the changes has been made by the specific user, which we can see in the auditing area over there. So these all are the four different pillars what we are having in the identity infrastructure. That's fine. Now, moving ahead and talking about the modern authentication and the role of the identity provider. So, if I'm talking about the identity provider in here, so the modern authentication is an umbrella term for the authentication and authorization method between the client and the server. Means when we are talking about the identity provider, so that is something which is going to provide us the identity. And also the identity provider offers the authentication, authorization, and auditing service. Just for an example, when we are working with our on-premises scenario, in that scenario, we are having one server, and inside that specific server, we have installed the Active Directory domain services, and then it is start providing the identity inside the specific network only. And we are using the Active Directory domain services for managing the users, managing the groups, for managing the network shares files and the printers in a specific network. But nowadays the things are changed. We are working with the online environment. We are having the access to the things across the globe. So in that case, we are having the different identity providers are available. And in a Microsoft, we can say that the Azure Active Directory is a cloud-based identity provider that is provided by the Microsoft. So when we are using the identity provider, so that will enable us to establish the authentication, authorization. We can also go ahead and create the different policies based on that, like how user is going to be authenticated, how user is going to be authorized for the specific service and the resource. We can monitor the user behavior, and we can do much more thing by using the identity provider. That's okay. And also if we are having the identity provider in place, so we can configure and we can have the support for the single sign-on. Then the last line is talking about the Microsoft Azure Active Directory. So same as like that, when we are talking about the cloud-based identity provider, so Microsoft is having the Azure Active Directory as an identity provider itself. Now we are having some concept of the directory services and the Active Directory. So as I told you, in our on-premises identity management, where we need to manage the thing, we need to manage the object inside the network itself, then we are using the Active Directory domain services, and that directory services store the directory data and makes that data available to the users, whatever the users we are having inside our network, the services and the application itself. So we can say that the Active Directory domain services is going to be a central component in organization where we are using the on-premises IT infrastructure. So for an example, if I'm having 100 computers in my organization and we do want to apply one policy on those 100 computers that no one can change the wallpaper. So in that case, when we are not using the centralized management system over there, when we need to go to on all 100 computer one by one and apply the policy. However, when we are using the identity provider Active Directory domain services in there, so by using that, what we can do, we can apply the policy on the server end, and that policy is going to be applied on all the client itself. So instead of doing the same thing 100 times, we need to do the same thing one time, and that's why we can manage the things inside our organization. But that is only we can do inside the network in here. Now, when it comes up to the cloud thing, then for the same, we are having the Azure Active Directory. So what the Azure Active Directory is, Azure Active Directory is an online cloud-based service provider provided by the Microsoft. And we can say that that is the evolution of identity and access management solution. And it is also known as an identity as a service for all the applications what we are having across the cloud. And also, if we are running the applications over to the on-premises, then we can utilize the Azure Active Directory for the same, because we are having the capability to create a hybrid setup between our Active Directory and Azure Active Directory itself. Okay. Then we are having the next concept are available for the federation. It means that in the federation, we are creating the trust between two different identity providers or two different directories. Such as, for example, here in this picture, you can see we are having two different identity providers, the identity provider A and the identity provider B. We are having the website present in the identity provider A, and we are having the user present in the identity provider B. So in a normal scenario, what is going on, whenever an user wants to access the website what we are having in the identity provider A, then first we need to create that user in that specific identity provider area, then that user will be able to access that specific website. However, by using the concept of the federation, we can enable the trust between the identity provider A and the identity provider B. So for example, this is going to be b.com and this is going to be a.com. So when we have configured the trust relationship with identity provider A and identity provider B, so user from the identity provider A can use their own credential in order to access that specific website what we are having in the identity provider B. And how this is going to be done, because we have configured the trust relationship between two different identity providers, and in that case the identity provider A trust to the identity provider B. So same as like that where we are enabling the different federation concepts, so we are creating a trust relationship between two different identity providers over there. So that is all about the module number 1 in this course SC-900. Now I'm going to start the next module for this course. Before moving ahead, please let me know everyone if you are having any doubt from this module. All right. Thank you very much for the confirmations from your end. So now let's get started with the module number 2. And the module number 2 is talking about the capabilities of Microsoft Azure Active Directory in here. So in this first lesson, we are going to take a look about the Microsoft Azure Active Directory. So let's have a look. So as I told you, if we are talking about the Azure Active Directory, so that is a cloud-based identity service provider, and we are using the Azure Active Directory in order to work with the different identities over there. Same as like that, if we are using the Azure Active Directory. So we can integrate it with the on-premises Active Directory itself. And for the same, we need to use one tool, that is Azure AD Connect tool, and we can use that specific tool in order to set up the hybrid relation between the on-premises Active Directory to Azure Active Directory. So by using that specific tool, after creating the hybrid setup, if we do want to give the access to our on-premises user for the different cloud services what we are having, like Azure portal, Office 365, Dynamics 365 Power Platform, so we can do that by implementing the hybrid setup scenario over there. That's fine. That is the one thing. Same as like that, if we do want to manage the devices what we are having, so we can use the Azure Active Directory for managing the devices itself. And also we can invite the external users in order to give them the access to the resources and the application what we are running inside our Active Directory. So here you can see the organization can enable their employee, guest, and other users to sign in and access the resource they need. So as we know that the common functions of identity provider is providing the authentication, authorization, administration, and auditing capabilities to organization. And by setting up the hybrid scenario, it will provide a single identity system for accessing the cloud application and on-premises application itself. It will also protect the user identity and the credential to meet the organization's governance requirement. So in that case, we are having the Azure AD identity protection thing available, which we are going to discuss in our upcoming slides in here, that what is the Azure AD identity protection and how do we use it in order to protect the user identities over there. And also the Microsoft 365 Office 365 Azure Dynamics 365 online subscription automatically uses an Azure AD Connect. What does it mean? It means that if you are using any product of Microsoft, like you are using the Dynamics 365, you are using the Microsoft Azure, you are using the Office 365 Excel, then behind the scenes you are using the Azure Active Directory as a identity provider, because the Microsoft is using Azure Active Directory as a central identity management system for all the different products or services that are provided by the Microsoft. So if you are purchasing the subscription for, you can say that uh, Office 365 and Dynamics 365, then you can also have the access to the Azure Active Directory itself. So let me just open up my whiteboard and give you some details related to the Azure Active Directory itself. Just give me a quick moment. Okay. And here you can see in this picture, let me open it up. Okay, and here you can see the different edition. So we are having the Azure AD free edition, we are having the basic edition and Azure Active Directory premium edition also available, and based on that we can have the different feature enable and we can use the different feature over there. So in some cases when we are using the Microsoft 365, in that case we are also having the access to the Azure Active Directory itself. That's okay. Now moving ahead and talking about the different identity types what we are having in the Azure Active Directory. So first of all, we are having the user. A user is something that is representing the something or someone that is managed by the Azure AD. So a identity, a user is could be the person, device, or all. Then the devices comes up in the line. So device means that whatever the device we are using is going to be a device in Azure Active Directory. For an example, if we do want to manage the devices by using the Azure Active Directory, then we can connect our laptop or the mobile device to the Azure Active Directory, and device identities can be set up in different way in Azure Active Directory that determine the properties such as who owns the device and how we are going to manage those devices. So what are the different options are present to manage and getting the devices into Azure Active Directory? So first of all, we are having that is known as a Azure AD registered devices. Devices. So that is the one way. So it could be the Windows 10, iOS, Android, and macOS devices. So the devices that are Azure AD registered are owned by the personally and rather than by the organization. They are signed in with the personal Microsoft account or another local account. So if you are having your device and you have signed in with the Microsoft account, then that device is known as a Azure AD registered device. Then the next type of device we can have in here, that is Azure AD joint devices. Azure AD joint devices. So what are those devices? So those devices only exist in the cloud, and Azure AD joint devices are owned by an organization and signed in with an organization Active Directory account, and users signing to their device with their Azure AD or work account over there. So we can configure those devices like Windows 10 devices and all. Then after, we are having one more type of device available that is known as a hybrid device. And what hybrid devices are? So it can be Windows 7, 8, or 10 or server devices, and devices that are hybrid Azure AD joined are owned by the organization and are signed with an Active Directory domain services account that belonging to the specific organization. They exist in the cloud or in the on-premises as well. So for example, if I'm having few devices present in my on-premises Active Directory, and I configured the Azure AD Connect tool to share the devices with the Azure Active Directory itself. So those devices are known as a hybrid Azure AD joint devices. That's fine. So IT admins can use a tool that is known as a Intune, and now it is known as an Endpoint Manager in order to manage the mobile device management solutions over there. So that is something what we have to discuss in the devices. Then after the devices, the service principles comes up in the line. So the service principle is a security identity that is used by the application, that is used by the services to access the specific Azure resource what we are having. So we can say that it is an identity for a specific application. So for an application to delegate its identity and access function to the Azure AD, the application must first be registered with the Azure AD, and then when we are registering the application with the Azure Active Directory, it creates a globally unique app object which is stored in your directly. So the service principal is created in each tenant where the application is used and references the globally unique app object over there. So that is the service principal. Then the managed identity comes up in here. So the managed identity is an type of identity in Azure Active Directory that is going to be automatically managed by the Azure. And managed identity are having the two different types of things present, like the system assigned identity and the user assigned identity. So when I'm talking about the system assigned identity, so that is the identity that is having and connected with the single specific resource. So for example, whenever you are creating a virtual machine, for example, then it is created automatically. Then it is also having the life cycle share with the specific resource. So when you delete the resource, the system assigned identity is going to be deleted. However, you can create a user assigned managed identity. So what it is, so you can create and manage the identity as an standalone Azure resource, and you can use the user assigned managed identity, and you can assign it to the one or more resources whatever the resource you are having, and that is not dedicated on the specific resource lifecycle. So if you are deleting the resource, then your user managed identity is still available for you to use it with the different resources. That's fine. Now there is a quick demonstration for the Azure AD user settings. So let's jump up to the portal and see what are the user settings which we can make in here. So here in my portal, you can see that I'm having the Azure Active Directory in place. If you can't find that same thing into the recent section, then what you can do, you can click on these three lines on top left side of your screen, and then you can go to the Azure Active Directory. So as of now, here you can see in the overview tab, we can see the detail of my Azure Active Directory, like whatever the name of my directory is, what is the tenant ID, what is the primary domain, which license I am currently using in my Azure Active Directory, then how many users I am having, how many groups I am having. So I can see all those details in here. That's fine. Then after moving ahead and talking about the next thing, so in the user setting area, here you can see that I'm having the user settings are available, and inside the user setting we can manage the enterprise applications, we can manage the app registrations, we can manage the tenant creation, administration portal Excel, LinkedIn account connection, and different thing. But the thing comes up that how do we go ahead and create and manage the user in Active Directory? So as of now, here you can see when I go back to the user section, here I'm seeing the different user along with their user principal name, user type over there. If I do want to create a new user, then I have to click on the new user and then select the create new user option. And then here you can see I need to provide the username. Here you can see on some field I am having this asterisk available. So if you do want to create a new user in Azure Active Directory, then you need to fill those information. Without that, you will not be able to create a user. However, the rest of the things are the optional. If you are not filling those information, then that's okay. You will be able to create the user also. So let me go ahead and type here like I want to create a user with name Neeraj. That's fine. Let me type the first name in here, and I want to create a password for my user. So this is going to be this one. Then in the user's location, you can select the user's location for the user if you want, and then you can simply click on the create, and it will create a new user in Azure Active Directory. After some time, you will be able to see that user in your Azure Active Directory. So that is the one way how you can go ahead and create a user in Azure Active Directory. It is a member user. Same as like that, if you guys do want to invite any other user from the different directory in order to give the access to the resources or the application what you are having in your directory, so simply you can go to the this option that is invite external user. Then from in here you can select the name, and yes,
Yes, sir.
yes, please go ahead with your query. Do you have any query? Okay, all right. So if I do want to invite any user in order to collaborate with my organization, so what we can do, we need to provide the name of that user. So for example, this is going to be the name. Then I have to provide the email address. So let me go with this one, ayush.mishra@gtechlearn.com. Okay, then in the first name, let me type Ayush, and let me leave the last name. And here I do want to type one personal message. Hi, please accept the invitation to get the access on the resources and the applications. Okay, and then I can select the user's location if I do want to select. Sorry, those things are optional. And let me click on the invite. So whenever you are inviting the user, then in that case a invitation is sent to the specific user, and when they accept, then they can have access to the different resources and the application what we are having in the specific tenant. So now here you can see if I refresh my page, after some time, I will be able to see one more user in here with name Ayush, and the member type is going to be the guest for the same. It's okay. And now here you can see the user type is guest. Why this is the guest? When we are having the user type as a member, then that user is a part of that specific directory. In my case, that is a part of the directory GTech. And this is the external user which I have invited over there. And now here you can see in my mail, I have received a mail and it says that Ayush Mishra invited you to access the applications within their organization, and here I can see my personalized message, whatever the message I have associated. Let me click on the accept invitation, and it is opening up the link. So that is how we can go ahead and invite the external user in our organization. Then I need to enter my password, sign in. Then it is asking for the consent. Yes, I'm giving the consent for the same. And once the access is granted, then this user is successfully having the access to the resources what we are having in this directory. That's fine. So that is the way how we can go ahead and invite the user and create the user. So that's okay. Now the second thing comes up, that if we do want to create 100 200 users at a time, then is this the way how we can go ahead and create the user? So for the same, what we can do, we can go ahead with the bulk operation. So here you can see if I go with that bulk create option, so it says that download the CSV template file, and then after you will be able to create the users in a bulk. So let me go ahead and click on the download. And from in here, I have to copy the domain name itself. All right. Then let me go to the Active Directory. And inside the Active Directory, here you can see from the overview, this is going to be the primary domain. Let me copy it. And now I need to create the CSV file. So here you can see that I need to provide some columns in here. So first of all, I need to provide the name, username, initial password, block sign-in information and all. That's fine. So here, what I'm going to do, let me create some user data. In example, user 1, user 2, and let me drag it. Here I can type user 01 at the rate the domain name, whatever the domain name I'm having. All right. Then in the initial password, this is going to be the initial password. Do you want to block sign in? No. In the location, let me type India, and then let me copy this, and I do want to paste the same information for all my users. Okay, and let me do this. So now here you can see I have prepared my CSV file. Let me save this file, and then I'm going to upload this CSV file in here. So let me go to the downloads. This is the file. Let me open it up, and I'm going to submit this file. And now here you can see file uploaded successfully. I can see the result of the batch operation in here. And now here you can see the success status means all of my 24 users is created in my Azure Active Directory. Let me go back to the tech user, and in the user section we can see that all the users are present in here. So that is how we can go ahead and manage the users, create the bulk users in Azure Active Directory. That's fine. Now let me go back to the presentation. Then it is talking about the external identities. So in when we are managing the external identities, then we are having the two different ways for managing the Azure AD external identity. The first one, that is B2B collaboration, and the another one, that is B2C access management in here. So in that case, if I'm talking about the B2B collaboration, so in that case we are doing the business to business collaboration where we are inviting the external user, as I have invited my GTechLearn user with in my tenant. In B2C access management, we are giving the customers capability to log into our organization with their own social account like Google, Microsoft, Facebook. So that is something which is known as a business to customer access management in here. That's fine. Then there is a concept for the hybrid identity. So as I told you, where we are synchronizing our on-premises Active Directory user to the Azure Active Directory, that is going to be known as a hybrid identity. So for example, in my Azure Active Directory, I am having user like Ram, John, and Neeraj. So those users are known as a cloud identity because those users are present in my Azure Active Directory. Same as like that inside my on-premises area, if I am having my user Shivam, user nub, those users are known as a local identity because those users are present in the Active Directory domain services in my on-premises scenario. So whenever we are using the Azure AD Connect tool in order to sync my on-premises user towards the Azure Active Directory, and when those users Shivam and Nub sync to the Azure Active Directory, then those users is known as a hybrid identity over there. And by using the hybrid identity, we are having the three different type of authentication methods are available. The first one, that is password hash sync. It says that whenever you are syncing the user from on-premises Active Directory to Azure Active Directory, then the password hashes for those users is also going to be synced to the Azure Active Directory. And when that user Shivam and Nub trying to access any resource, then all the authentication is going to be managed by the Azure Active Directory. Then the second method of authentication is available, that is pass-through authentication. In that case, whenever you are trying to make a login with the user nub and the Shivam, in that case, the Azure Active Directory redirects the authentication to the on-premises, and all your authentication is going to be done by the on-premises Active Directory. So that is the pass-through authentication. Then you can also set up one dedicated server for managing the authentication related thing. So that is the type of authentication that is known as a federated authentication in here. That's fine. So that is all about the lesson number 1 in this module. Before moving ahead and talking about the MFA concept, please let me know everyone if you have any question related to the same. All right, so the things looks good in here. So now let's just talk about the different authentication methods what we are having. So here we are having the different authentication method where we can use the password for the primary authentication. Then we can use SMS for the primary and secondary authentication itself. We are having the voice call option present as a secondary authentication method. So if we do want to make our identity is more secure, then we can use the different type of authentication methods where we are using the password, where we are using the OTP code on the text, SMS on voice. We can use the authenticator application. We can use the software and hardware tokens. And we can also go with the passwordless option where we are using the Microsoft Hello authenticator and figure 2 security key. So in that case, we are having the different method of authentications are available, and that is totally up to you that which authentication method we do want to use in order to authenticate ourselves for the same. That's fine. Moving ahead and talking about the multi-factor authentication in here. So multi-factor authentication is the feature what we are having in Azure Active Directory that will help us to make our things more secure. For example, when you have logged in to the portal with your user ID and the password, then after you need to again provide your identification with something you know that is going to be your username and password, something you have that is going to be the OTP code and the things what you are receiving on your mobile for an authenticator, then something you are. It could be like your facial detection or your biometrics itself. Then inside the Azure Active Directory, we are having the security default options are present. So if you are very new to security and you do want to maintain the security posture management for your organization, then the security default help you on the same, and it will automatically enforce apply the basic identity security mechanism to all of your identities provided by the Microsoft, and that is also available in the free edition of Azure Active Directory. It will automatically enforce the multi-factor authentication to all of your administrative account after the specific period of time over there. So that is the thing what we are having in the security default. If we do want to disable that thing, so we can do the same thing, but for the same we need to prepare the proper security management system for us, and then after we will be able to do the same. That's fine. Now, moving ahead and talking about the self-service password reset option. So just for an example, if we are having my users in place in my Azure Active Directory and they do want to reset their own password, then for the same, we can configure the self-service reset password reset option in that case. But the important thing is that we need a Azure AD premium license in order to work with the self-service password reset. So what are the different benefits what we are having? The administrator can change the setting to accommodate the new security requirement. It also save the organization money by reducing the number of call and requests to help desk staff. Means if an user is uh, forget their password, and if an user do want to reset their own password, then instead of raising the ticket, what they can do, they can reset their password by own by providing the proper authentication method over there. That's fine. And also it will increase the productivity in order to return the user to the work faster way. Then the self-service password reset is having the different scenario, in which scenario a user can go ahead and utilize this feature. So the password change, password reset, and account unlock over there. That's fine. Now then, if I'm talking about the authentication method for the SSPR, so we can go ahead and use the mobile app notification, we can use the mobile app code, email, mobile phone, office phone, and the security question itself. So now let's jump up to the portal and see that how do we go ahead and configure the self-service password reset. So as of now, here you can see if I am going to select any one of my users, like I do want to select my user Neeraj in here, okay? And let me see that if I able to access the portal with my user Neeraj. So let me enter the default password what I have set while I'm clicking the user. As per the policy, let me reset the password for this user for the first time. So now here you can see I'm getting this pop-up just because of the security default is enabled in my active Azure Active Directory. So it is giving me the 14 day, and after 14 day, it's required to enable the MFA on that specific user. Now you can see this user is able to make a login to the portal. Now let me try to reset the password of this user by own. So here if I select this user and click on the forgot my password, and let me enter the captcha. Let me go with the next. So here I'm expecting one error that the password reset is not configured by your organization properly. And here you can see, we are sorry, you can't reset your own password because password reset isn't set up properly by your organization. So now let's have a look that how do we go ahead and configure the self-service password reset. So for the same, we can go to that option called password reset. Then here I can go ahead and select it. But before that, we need to create one group because we can configure the same thing to the all user or to the specific group. So let me create a new group here first of all. And the name of my group is going to be SSPR. And this is going to be my security type of group. In the member, let me select one of my member Neeraj, because I don't want to enable the self-service password reset for the same user. Now, once I have my group in place, then I'm going to the password reset option, what we are having in the Azure Active Directory. And then we are going to configure the SSPR on the same. So now from in here, let me go back to this portal. And here in the Azure Active Directory, let me select the password reset option. In this one, I do want to configure the SSPR for my SSPR group members. Then let me save it. Problem. Once I'm done with that, let me go to the authentication method, and I do want to set up one authentication method, and that is going to be the mobile phone verification. Let me save it. Now in the registration option, yes, require user to register when sign in, yes. And in the notification, I do not want to set up anything. Okay, so I have configured all the thing in the self-service password reset. Now let me go back to my user screen. And here I'm again trying to make a login with my user Neeraj. All right, so this is going to be the password. And now you can see the additional information required. Why it is not happening? Let me see. In the password reset option, refresh it. It is selected on the specific user. Okay. In the authentication method, yes, mobile phone. In the registration option, yes, user have to register. Okay, in the administrator policy, I can see the setting for the same. All right. Now let me do one thing. Here I can go with the next. And then here you can see I'm going to provide the authentication detail to that specific user. Okay, so I want to use different authenticator app, but let me go with the next. And here I'm going to set up the different MFA things in here. So I'm going to open up my authenticator application. Let me add a new one. And I'm scanning that specific QR code on my mobile phone. Okay. And I have to approve the sign in here. Now, once I'm done with the first method, let me go with the another method. I have to select my specific country and I have to verify my mobile number as well. Let me go with the next. And I am expecting one code on my mobile phone, what I have to enter. And the code is 29997. So now here you can see that I have successfully provided my authentication details in here. And once the details are verified, then I will be able to log in the portal. That's okay. Now what the next thing I'm going to do, I'm going to see like after configuring the self-service password reset, user leaders will able to reset their password by own or not. That's fine. So let me select this account and here let me go with forget my password. And this is the captcha XJQL. And now here it says that please enter your phone number. So this is going to be the phone number. And the authentication code, what I'm expecting in my phone, 115198. Let me go with the next. Then I need to enter the password. Let me confirm it. And finish. So that is how we can configure the self-service password reset. Is this thing is clear to everyone? Please mark your confirmation on the chat. All right, so that is all what we are having in this demo. Now, the next thing what we are going to talk about, this is going to be the access management capabilities of Azure Active Directory. So in that one, we are going to take a look to the conditional access thing. So same as like the name, we can say when we are providing the access to the user based on the specific condition. So that is going to be known as a conditional access policy. That's fine. So how conditional access policy works? Let's just take an example in here. So in the conditional access policy, we are having the different signals. The signals are could become from the user location, specific device, application, or real time. And according to the signal, whatever the signal coming up, the conditional access policy will allow the access to the resources or the application. It will block the access as well as it will give you the access by requiring the multi-factor authentication over there. And we can set up the one or more condition before granting the access to the specific resource itself. So now let's have a look at how do we go ahead and configure the conditional access policy. But there are two requirements are there when you do want to enable the conditional access policy. You have to use the premium license of Azure Active Directory, or you have to disable the security default if you do want to use conditional access policy. That's fine. So let's have a look. How do we do the same thing? So here inside my portal, if I'm opening up my portal again in here, then in the Azure Active Directory, first of all, we need to go to the properties area. And in the properties section, we can select this option that is called manage security default. And here you can see by default it is enabled. Let me go with the no option, and I want to disable this because I'm going to use the conditional access policies in here. Let me click on the save. So once my settings are saved, then let me go back to the Azure. In the Azure Active Directory, here you can see I'm having one option for the security. In the security, we can select the conditional access, but before that, let me select the named location. and I do want to create a name location is India. Okay. Why I'm creating this one? Because I do want to create a policy that if any user is trying to access the Azure portal from the India location, then the access is going to be blocked for that user. Then in the conditional access policy, let me go ahead and create a new policy. Let me type the name block cloud apps access from India location. That's okay. Then in the users, let me go ahead and I do want to select the specific user. And in my case, I am going to select my user, Mayank. Or let me select one more user that is going to be my user, Neeraj itself. So I have selected the two user for the same. Then in the cloud app or action, I do want to select all the cloud application, whatever the applications we are having. In the condition area, let me go to the location. And yes, I do want to configure the selected location and the India location what I have created. Then in the access control area, let me select this option and I do want to block the access. So let me select it and click on the select. I do want to enable this policy now and click on the create. So that is how we can go ahead and create a conditional access policy. Now it's time to test that specific policy in here. So let me again open this browser, and in the in private window, I'm going to make a login with my user Neeraj. And this is going to be the password for my user. And now here you can see you cannot access this right now. Your sign-in was successful, but does not meet the criteria to access the resource. For example, you might be signing from the browser, app, or location that is restricted by your admin. So that is how we can configure the conditional access policy in order to block the access for the specific user over to the specific resource what we are having. So is this thing is clear to everyone? All right. Thank you very much for the quick confirmations again from your end. Now, moving ahead with the next concept. So that is talking about the identity protection and the different governance capabilities of Active Directory. In that specific area, we are going to talk about the identity governance. So in the identity governance area, we are seeing the thing that when we are providing the access to the user, then how much time the user is having those access available. So same as like that in the governance, we are governing the identity lifecycle. We are governing the access of that specific lifecycle, that when we are giving which access to the specific user, and also by governing the thing, we can secure the privileged access things for the users itself. And in the identity lifecycle, we are having the different things are available like join, move, or leave. So whenever user is joining the thing, then we are assigning digital identity. For example, when I join my company, a new account is created in my company's directory with my name. Then I have gained the access to do the different tasks in my organization. Then based on that, if we are having the level of access is changed, that whatever the project in which I am working, so based on that, the organization or my IT administrator is going to be enable and disable the roles for me. And when I'm leaving the company, then all the access is going to be removed from my this specific identity. So that is the identity governance thing, that we need to govern, we need to check time by time that which access is provided to which user, and is it really necessary. If it is not, then we can remove that access for the user. So for the same, we are having the different things are present, like entitle management. So in the entitle management, that is the identity governance feature what we are having in Azure Active Directory. And instead of managing the lifecycle one by one, we can manage the things on the scale. it will automate the access request, workflow, assignment, review, and the expiration thing. And for the same, we are having the access review. So based on that, the access review, what we can do, we can set up an access review that will efficiently check for the group memberships to the user. For example, if I'm running two projects, project one and project two, and in my project one I'm having three user A, B, and C, and this project is completed 10 days ago, and my those users are still assigned to this specific project. So by running the access review, what we can do, if the project is completed, then we can remove those users from this project so they can join in any other project over there. So instead of doing all the things manually, we can set the recurring access review, and based on that we can review the access for the user towards the specific group or towards the specific application or teams itself. Then we are having the terms of use in place. So what is the use of this one? So if I'm talking about the terms of use, so before accessing the data or before accessing the any application in an organization, if you guys do want to show them some terms, that the terms is needs to be accepted in order to access that specific thing, in order to maintain the compliance for your organization. So we can go ahead and create the terms of use in Azure Active Directory itself. And how do we do that? So for the same, here you can see we are having those options are available. If you guys do want to configure the access review, so you can go to this area, identity governance. In the identity governance, we are going to select the option called access review. And from in here, we can go ahead and manage the access review. So as of now, we are working with the very fundamental cores of the security. So as of now, not going to show you like how do we create the access review, because it takes much time to configure, or I'm not going to show you that how do we work with the terms of use. For the same, we are having the dedicated course called SC-300, where we are specifically talking about the securing identity management into the Microsoft over there. That's fine. Same as like that, if you guys do want to configure the terms of use, so we can go ahead and use that option. And from in here, we can configure the terms of use. And based on that terms of use, we can create a conditional access policy itself. Like if user is accept with the terms of use, then user can have access to the application. And if user decline the terms of use, then user cannot have access to the specific application for which we have created the terms of use thing in here. That's okay. Now go back to the presentation and talking about the next concept that is known as a privileged identity management. So in our previous things, when I talked about the just in time access, so for providing the users just in time access and just enough access, we are utilizing the tool, we are utilizing the feature, we can say, of the Azure Active Directory, that is known as a privileged identity management. So privileged identity management help us to manage, control, and monitor the access to the important resource and to the important roles what we are having inside our organization. And the just in time access thing we can configure by using that option privileged identity management. So for example, if we are having few resources present in Microsoft Azure and we do want to give them the access in order to work with them, so for the same, what we can do, we can go ahead and use the privileged identity management. And same as like that, if we guys do want to assign the role to any specific user in order to manage the objects what we are having in Azure Active Directory, so for the same, we also use the privileged identity management thing. Then by using the same thing, we can create a specific time frame, like in a specific time frame only the user can have access to the specific thing. We can set up the approval based thing, that whenever someone is trying to activate the specific role for the privileges, then the approval must be approved by the administrator. Then we can send the notification whenever the roles are activated in the PIM. And after that, when someone is enable the role and when someone is make the changes into the thing, then we can also monitor by auditing that whatever the changes is going to be made by the user after activating the role. So that is something what we are having in the privileged identity management in here. Then moving ahead with the next concept, that is talking about the Azure identity protection. So in the Azure identity protection, it is enabling the organization to automate and detect the identity based risk what we are having. It automatically investigate the risk by using the data what we are having in the Azure portal, and based on that it is giving us the two different type of thing, the user risk and the sign in risk. So whenever user is signing in, and if there is any risk happen on the time of the sign in, that is known as a sign in risk. And after the user signed in, and then after if any mis happening comes up in the picture, so that thing is known as a user risk over here. So just for an example, if a user logged in from the location India, just after 2 seconds user is logged in from any other location, just after a few seconds user is logged in with any other location, so that is not possible to travel that much is distance in a seconds or in a minutes. So these all are the things, those are known as a risky sign-in, a typical travel in the sign-in. So based on that, Azure Identity Protection provide us the risky user, risky sign-in and risk detections over there. And based on that, we can detect and remediate the different identity-based risk what we are having. That's okay. So that is all about in this module number 2, that is talking about the different capabilities of Azure Active Directory itself. Before moving ahead with the lesson number, module number 3 in this course, please let me know everyone if you are having any doubt or the questions on your end. All right, everyone. So everything looks good in here. So let's just take a quick short break in here for 10 minutes, and then we are continuing with the module number 3. Hi everyone, welcome back in the session after a quick break in here. So now we are going to start working with the module number 3, and that is talking about the different capabilities of security solutions provided by the Microsoft. That's okay. Now in this first slide in this module that is talking about the Azure DDoS protection in here. So let's just have a look what is the Azure DDoS. So as per the name, the DDoS is known as a distributed denial of service attack. So the aim of this attack is to overwhelm the resources on your applications and server and making them unresponsive or making them slow for the genuine user. So a DDoS attack will always usually target by any public facing endpoint that can be accessed through the internet over there. So there are different type of distributed denial service attacks are present, like volumetric attack. So if I'm talking about the volumetric attack, so these are the volume-based attacks that flood the network with the seemingly legitimate traffic that is overwhelming the available bandwidth. And in that case, the legitimate traffic isn't able to get through with the same. So that is the volumetric attack. And then we are having the protocol attack. In the protocol attack, that attack renders a target inaccessible by exhausting the server resources with false protocol requests that exploit the weakness in layer 3, means network layer, or in the transport layer protocol itself. Then we are having the third type of attack present, that is resource application layer attack. And these attacks target web application packet to disrupt the transmission of data between the application and the host. That's okay. So that is a little bit in terms of DDoS protection and the different type of DDoS attacks what we are having. Now the question comes up, what is the Azure DDoS protection? So the Azure DDoS protection is a service that is designed to help and that is designed to protect your applications, to protect your servers by analyzing the network traffic, whatever the network traffic is coming up to your resources, and by discarding anything that looks like a DDoS attack. So as in the picture you can see that we are having the virtual network where we are having some resources and the workload are running, and then we are getting the traffic from the public internet. So in that case, when we have implemented the Azure DDoS protection, so here you can see only the legitimate traffic is going to be allowed for the users, and all the attacker traffic is going to be blocked by the Azure DDoS protection in here. So if I'm talking about the SKUs for the DDoS protection, so in the DDoS we are having two different type of SKUs are present. We can say the basic one and the default one, that is the free of cost, which is applied to all the Azure resources what you are creating. Then we can go with the standard one, and that is the paid one which we are using. So in the basic service tier, that tier is automatically enabled for every resource in Azure without any cost, and as a part of the Azure platform it is free for you to use. That will always on, and it will traffic the things by monitoring and real-time mitigation for the common network level attacks, and also it provide the same defense that Microsoft Online service uses over there. That's fine. Now when I'm talking about the standard tier in here, so that will provide the extra mitigation capabilities to the user that are tuned specifically to Azure virtual network resource. DDoS protection standard is simple to enable, and it will not require any application change. You can configure the different protection policies and tune through with the different dedicated traffic monitoring things what we are having. That's okay. If I'm talking about the pricing in here, so the DDoS protection standard service will have a fixed monthly charge that you have to pay, and the fixed monthly charge include the protection for 100 resources. If you do want to protect more resources, so protection for additional resources will be charged on a monthly basis, and that is going to be based on a per resource base, how much resource you are going to protect over there. Same as like that, when you are using the Azure DDoS, like you enable the same thing to protect your devices and application by analyzing the traffic across your network and taking the appropriate action based on the suspicious traffic. So for those tasks, you can go ahead and use the Azure DDoS protection over there. That's fine. Now moving ahead and talking about the Azure firewall in here. So the Azure firewall is managed cloud-based network security service, and we are using that specific service in order to protect our virtual network resources from the attackers over there. So we can deploy the Azure firewall on any virtual network. Okay, but if we are talking about the best practices, so we need to use the same into the centralized virtual network, and then all our virtual network and on-premises works will route through them. So now here you can see that if we are having the on-premises thing present and we are having the different other VNets are present, and we have connected all the things with a central VNet, and then we have applied the Azure firewall, because the Azure firewall charges us according to the different policies and the things, and we are having the different premium and standard SKUs are present for the Azure firewall. So instead of configuring the firewall for all different virtual networks, what we can do, we can create a central virtual network, then we can apply the firewall over there, and then all the traffic is going to be routed through that specific central virtual network to the internet. If I'm talking about the different benefits, so it will provide us the built-in high availability, because this is the firewall service is managed by the Microsoft Azure. So we are also having the availability zone options are available when we are configuring the Azure firewall. It is providing us the network and application level filtering, and in which we can use the IP address port protocol to support the domain name filtering over there as well. It is also giving us the capability for outbound static NAC and inbound dynamic NAC communication with the different internet resources. So we can use the same thing in order to access the different Azure resources without even enabling the public IP over to it. That's fine. Then we are having the threat intelligence mechanism available into it, and threat intelligence based filtering can be enabled to your firewall, and we can accordingly set the alert and also deny the traffic to the suspicious IP addresses and the domains. And if we do want to integrate the same with Azure Monitor, so yes, we can go ahead and integrate the Azure firewall with the Azure Monitor in order to enable the collecting, and analyzing for the logs. Those logs are generated by the Azure firewall. So let's jump up to the portal and see that how do we start working with the same. So here you can see if I'm opening up my portal. So inside my this portal, let me go to the virtual machine area, and inside this area, I'm having this virtual machine present with the name GTL firewall virtual machine. And here you can see the public IP is not configured on my this virtual machine. So I cannot have access to this virtual machine, because for accessing the virtual machine, I need a public IP address. That's fine. Now let me do one thing. I am going to the VNet 03 in which my this GTL VM firewall machine is having. And in the subnet here, you can see that I have already created one subnet with the name Azure Firewall Subnet. Now I'm going to deploy a firewall. And let me quickly create a new firewall in here. And this is going to be the resource group, and the name of my firewall is going to be GTL Firewall. I want to deploy it into the East US region, and let me see the region of my virtual machine itself. Yes, in the East US, I'm having my virtual machine. Then in the SKU, let me go with the premium one. I do not want to go with the availability zone. Then in the specific area called firewall policy, let me go ahead and create a new policy. So this is going to be my new FW policy, and let me go with okay. And I want to use the existing virtual network in here, and from in here, if I selected virtual network 03, then everything is okay. If I'm selecting the any other network, then you can see this virtual network must have a subnet named Azure Firewall Subnet. So if you do want to configure the firewall to the virtual network, then you must first have to create this subnet called Azure Firewall Subnet in your virtual network. That's fine. Let me add a new public IP for my firewall. So this is going to be firewall public IP. And then let me go with the review and create. So these all are the options what I have selected for deploying a firewall. It is running the validation, and when the validation is passed, then we will be able to deploy the firewall. So it could take some time. It could take approx 10 minutes in order to deploy the firewall. Once we are having the firewall in place, then we can go ahead and create the different rules, and based on that rule we can have access to our virtual machine. That's fine. So I have initiated the deployment. Till the time I'm moving back the presentation to discuss the different other concepts what we are having in here. And once this deployment gets done, then we are going to see the result of this configuration. That's fine. So that is the thing what we have to discuss here in the Azure firewall. Now, same as like that, we are having the web application firewall also in place. So what is the web application firewall? So if we are having the multiple applications are there and we do want to provide the protection to the same, so in that case we are using the web application firewall, and it will provide us the centralized protection for all our web application from the different exploit and the vulnerabilities what we are having. So it just makes the management of the security easier to us, and we can set and select the response time to the security, so that how much time we are responding to the specific threat. If there is any vulnerability present in here, then we can go ahead and patch that thing easily, and it is also giving us the protection against the different threats and the inclusions towards our web applications what we are having. So here you can see if I'm moving back to my browser screen, in this area I can search for the web application firewall, and here you can see in the web application firewall policy we can go ahead and create those policies, and then we need to enter the name. So I'm not going to create a policy, I'm just going to give you a quick overview. So here we can select that if you want to create a regional web application policy, then you can attach it with the application gateway, or you can go with the global front door policy setting. That's fine. Let me select the resource group, and the name is going to be demo 01. Then you can see letter or number. That's fine. Demo 01. Then here you can see which type of policy we want to create. We want to create a prevention policy or detection policy. Then we can go to the rule, and here you can see we are having the multiple rules are present, what we can see from in here, and accordingly we can see the status is it enabled or not. Then we can enable and disable it based on our requirement. Then in the policy setting we can select the global parameter, and then we can go to the custom rule. If we do want to create any, we can go with the association. So in the association we can associate this web application firewall policy with the root path, with the HTTPS listener or the application gateway, and then we can create that web application firewall policy itself. That's okay. Now moving ahead and talking about the next thing, so that is talking about the network segmentation and the Azure virtual network in here. It means that when we are working with the online scenario, we are working with the Azure over there, so we are having the multiple things are deployed over to the network. And here you can see if we do want to group the related assets, for example we are having some SQL servers, we are having some web servers, we are having some file servers, and we do want to group those related things, so we can use the network segmentation. If we do want to isolate the resource from the different Azure resources or from the public access, so for the same we can go ahead and use the network segmentation. If we do want to run some governance policy, those are set by the organization, so for the same we can use the option called network segmentation over there. So in the Azure virtual network we are having the different network segment options are present. Here in this picture you can see that inside one region we are having the two different virtual networks are present, VNet 1 and VNet 2, and then inside another region we are having the different virtual network 3 is present. So we can set up the communication that needs to be explicitly provisioned, and also we can control that inside the VNet how the resources are going to be communicate with each other, and also how the resources are going to communicate with the on-premises and over to the internet itself. So for completing all of those tasks in here, we can go ahead and create the segment in the Azure Virtual Network itself. That's fine. Then moving ahead and talking about the network security group. So that is totally similar to the firewall what we are using inside our computers. So same as like that, if we do want to create a security for our different virtual machines based on the different rules, so for the same, we can go ahead and use the network security group, and we can associate the network security group on the interface level of the virtual machine, or also we can enable the network security group on the subnet level itself. So in the network security group, we are having few inbound and outbound rules. Those rules are used to manage the communication towards the virtual machine from inbound and to the outbound itself. And in those rules, we are having those properties are available, like name, whatever the name of my rule is, what is the priority of this rule, which is the source and which is the destination, in which protocol we do want to create a rule, what is the direction, it is going to be inbound and outbound, then on which port range we do want to apply that specific rule, and which action is going to be performed. So either it could be allow or deny itself. Then here you can see that is default inbound rule that is labeled with the deny all inbound. So name is going to be deny all inbound, priority is going to be 6500, source anyone, all ports are selected, destination is anyone, all destination ports are selected, or all protocols and access is going to be denied in a action over there. So now let's jump up to the portal and see that how do we work with the network security groups itself. So as of now, here you can see that if I am moving ahead with my virtual machine, so inside my virtual machine, I'm having this Office 365 VM available. And inside my this Office 365 VM, if I go to the networking area, here you can see in the network interface on the inbound, the RDP rule is allowed. And if I do want to take a remote session of my this VM, let me try to do the same. Then you can see that I am having the access to my machine. And here you can see that I will be able to access my Office 365 VM what I am having. Why I am having this access available with me? Because a rule is configured into the network security group. Now let me do one thing. I am going to select that rule and let me make this rule to deny. So now here you can see it is updating the rule. Now the RDP access towards my this virtual machine is denied. And after updating the rule, if I'm trying to access the virtual machine, then I'm getting the error for the same. So let me go to the overview area. And from in here, I do want to connect with my Office 365 VM again. Let me open it up. I want to connect with my VM, and here you can see it is trying to connect with my VM. And here also you can see the notification port prerequisites not met, add an inbound network security group rule with destination port 3389. And now you can see that I'm not having the access to my virtual machine Office 365 VM, and I'm getting this error on my screen that remote desktop connection is not available. That's okay. So that is how we can work with the network security group. Same as like that, if I go back to my firewall, so now here you can see the deployment of my firewall is completed. Let me go to the resource, and from in here I can select my firewall manager. Let me go to the firewall manager, and inside my firewall policy I can select this policy. And I do want to create one DNAC rule. And for creating that specific DNAC rule, what I want, I need a private IP address of my virtual machine and the public IP address of my firewall. So the private IP of my virtual machine is going to be 10104. That's okay, 10104. I want to create a new rule collection, and the rule collection is going to be RDP rules. The priority is going to be 100, and here in the name, allow RDP. In the source type, let me type my source IP address, so it could be any. Then in the protocol, let me select the TCP UDP. And no, not in here. Here I do want to enter the public IP address of my firewall. So let me see what is going to be the public IP address of my firewall. So in this firewall, let me select it. In the public IP configuration, this is going to be the public IP address of my firewall. That's okay. And here I can do this thing. Let me set the source to any. The destination port I do want to set is 3000, or I can set it to up to 45,000. And the destination IP address is going to be the public IP address of my firewall. Then in the translated IP address, let me type 10.1.0.4. And this is going to be the private IP address of my virtual machine. And the translated port is going to be the 3389. So now I have created this DNAC rule. Let me click on the add. So once I'm having this rule in place, then I will be able to access my GTL firewall VM by using the public IP address of this firewall. So it is adding the rule. It could take 1 or 2 minutes. And once we have the rule in place, then what we can do, then we can use this tool that is remote desktop connection manager. And from in here, we can type the public IP address of my virtual machine. Oh, sorry, my firewall. So what is the IP is? There is 13.90.1197. 13.19.11.9.7. And I have set up the port to the 4500. Okay, so once I have this rule in place, then after putting up that information in here, I can click on the connect and I will be able to connect with my GTL firewall VM what I have configured. That's okay. So till the time the rule is processing, let's jump up to the presentation and discuss the next topic in here. So next topic is Azure Bastion and just-in-time access. So Azure Bastion is the service when we are not enabling the public IP address on our virtual machine. We do not want to create the external internet facing virtual machines for the same, and we do want to take the secure connectivity access from the virtual machine. So for the same, we can deploy the Azure Bastion, and we can deploy the Azure Bastion on the virtual network level. So if we are having 10 virtual machines are present in the virtual network, so for the same, we need to deploy one Azure Bastion over there. And by using the Azure Bastion, we can take a remote session of the virtual machine without even enabling the RDP access over there, or without even having the public IP address configured over there. What it does, it will give us the secure connection based on the browser-based session. So let's jump up to the portal and also see how do we configure the Azure Bastion itself. So in my browser, if you can see here, I'm having one more virtual machine present. This is my GTL VM, and it is also not having the public IP address. So for the same, we can go to the connect option, then select the Bastion one. And in the Bastion one, we can use two different options. We can configure the Bastion manually, or we can configure the Bastion by using the default settings what we are having. So let me select this option in here. And now here you can see it is creating the Azure bastion. That's fine. And it could take some time. Till the time here you can see that we have configured this DNAC rule successfully. Let me go to this option in here and I'm going to click on the connect. 130.90.119.7. It's okay. Oh, sorry, I have set up the port number 4500. That's okay. Let me click on the connect. Okay, no problem. Let me open this tool again. And here is my IP 13.90.119.7 and the port number is going to be 4500. Okay, no problem. So it could take some time and then after we will be able to take a remote session. So let me refresh this page. Or what we can do, we can edit this rule, and if you guys do want to change the port number, so you can change the destination port in order to make your thing more secure. Just for a demonstration, let me go with that specific option 3389, and we can also take the access for the same by changing the port number in here. So when we are changing the port, then it is taking some time. So once we have Azure Bastion thing in place, then we will be able to take a remote session of our GTLVM with having the access over to the browser. And the important thing is that whenever we are deploying the Azure Bastion, a new subnet is automatically going to be created on the virtual network with the name Azure Bastion subnet. So as of now, here you can see my this virtual machine GTLVM is present on my virtual network VNet 01. And if I'm opening up this VNet 01 here, let me go to the subnet. And in the subnet, you can see a new subnet is created automatically with the name Azure Bastion subnet. And in the subnet area, we can also see the Bastion is updated. Please refresh the page or try again later. So the deployment of Azure Bastion could take 5 or 7 minutes. And when we are having the Azure Bastion in place, then we have two different options are there in order to connect with machine. We can use the password or we can use the key vault in here. That's fine. Now let's come back to the presentation. So if I'm talking about the encryption related thing in Azure, so Azure is giving us the three different type of encryption things are available. If we are having the storage account present over to the Azure, then we can create the encryption for the same. We can create the encryption for the disk what we are having inside our virtual machine. And for the databases, it is having the transparent data encryption thing available. By default, when we are creating the virtual machine, then the data at rest, sorry, encryption at rest is configured on all the disk. That is going to be PMK over there, like platform managed key over there. That's fine. Then we can also go ahead and use the Azure Key Vault service. So Azure Key Vault is a service that is provided by the Microsoft, and it is a fully managed service from the Microsoft that you can use in order to manage your secret, in order to manage your key certificate over there, and also you can secret store your secret hardware and software back keys over there. So how do we go ahead and work with the same? So here you can see, if I'm talking about the basic encryption, so in my GTLVM, if I go to the disk in here, so by default here you can see the server side encryption with platform managed key is available. If you guys do want to set up your own encryption, so you can go ahead and create a key vault, and after creating a key vault you can set up the customer managed keys encryption here as well. That's fine. Now let me give you the brief about the key vault. So here you can see, let me create a new key vault. and I am going to create a new one in SC-900 resource group AZKV001, and I want to create it into the ESGOS. Let me go to the review and create, and then I can click on the create once the validation gets done. Okay, let me click on the create. And now here you can see in my firewall area, my rule is updated. Let me go ahead and open the remote desktop connection manager again. Here I'm going to put up my IP address and click on the connect. And then here you can see I will be able to access my GTL firewall VM by using that specific rule. And my GTL firewall VM is not having the public IP enabled. So that is how we can use the Azure firewall in order to create the different DNAT rule and provide one extra layer of security to the resources what we are having. That's fine. And here you can see the keyword deployment is in progress. Let me go to the resources. And here you can see in the secret area, I do want to create a new secret. And the name of my secret is GTLVM password. And I am storing the GTLVM password into it. Let me create it. Now you can see once I have my this password in place, this is going to be the value of my secret. So this is the password of my GTL VM. Okay, that's fine. So now here you can see when I'm having the Azure Bastion in place, so I can type the username, and then for the password, I have two different options are there. I can type the password manually, or what the next thing I can do, I can get the password from my key vault what I have created, and then I will be able to connect with my virtual machine GTL VM. So that is how we can use the key vault in order to keep our secrets secure over there. So instead of typing the secrets again and again, instead of protecting our encryption keys, we can go ahead and use the Azure Key Vault for all of that stuff. Let me see the status of the Azure Bastion itself. Okay, it is still updating, no problem. Let's go ahead and talking about the different security management capabilities of Azure. So in the Microsoft Azure, we are having a good tool, good security product are available that is known as a Microsoft Defender for Cloud. And we can use the Microsoft Defender for Cloud in order to prepare and maintain the security posture management and manage the threat protections over there. By using the Microsoft Defender for Cloud, we can secure the resources what we are having into the present into the Microsoft Azure cloud. We can secure the resources, whatever the resources we are having in the on-premises. We can secure the resources what we are having into the different clouds like AWS and Google Cloud Platform itself. And we are having the two different type of features are available. The first one, that is cloud security posture management. That is a basic and free tool available what we are having present in the Microsoft Defender for Cloud. And then the paid one is cloud protection. So where we are having the different Defender plans available, which we can use for the different type of workload what we are having, like applications, server, SQL Server, Key Vault, and more. That's fine. Now we are also having the secure score thing present into the Microsoft Defender for Cloud. So the secure score is something which we get after constantly assessing the resources, the subscription, whatever the subscription we are having inside our cloud environment, and accordingly the secure score tell us that how secure your resources are, and also it is giving us the recommendation that how do you go ahead and make your resources more secure over there. That's fine. Then that is the option for enabling the Microsoft Defender for Cloud. So by default, the enhanced security is turned off. So in that one, you can only see the recommendation and the secure score. But if you guys do want to set up the threat protection for the different servers, past services, applications, key vault, you do want to configure the just in time VM access if you do want to control the adaptive application and network hardening thing. So for the same, you need to enable the Microsoft Defender for Cloud plan over there, and then you will be able to use all the features in here. So now let's jump up to the portal and see what are the different capabilities we are having in Microsoft Defender for Cloud. Moving back to the portal, so here you can see, if I'm go back to this area, let me search for the Microsoft Defender for Cloud, and here you can see, the first of all I need to upgrade it, so I can escape it, and if I do want to enable the enhanced protection, so for the same we can go to this area in the management called environment setting. Then from the environment setting, we can select the specific subscription what we are having, and then in this setting area you can see the defender plan. So as of now you can see the things is off. Let me enable all the thing. I can enable the Defender CSPM. I can enable the Defender for server, app service, database, storage, container, key vault, resource manager, and DNS. Then let me save this. After enabling this, after 1 and 2 hours, when the assessment runs successfully, I will be able to see the secure score. I will be able to see the different recommendations that how do I can go ahead and make my resources more secure over there. That's fine. So it is enabling all the features. So whatever the features we have discussed in here in the slide, so all of these features is going to be enabled when that configuration has been saved. And once the settings are going to be saved, then we are going to see the different options what we are having presenting to it. That's fine. Editing to a new tab itself. Okay, and now here you can see the Defender plans are enabled successfully and auto provisioning setting is also configured. That's okay. Let me go to the Microsoft Defender for Cloud in here. And then here you can see into this area, I will be able to see my secure score. So as of now, we are having 7 unassigned recommendation available, which we can see it into the security posture management board. So as I have just enabled the thing in here, so everything is blank. After some time, I will be able to see the data in here. So if I'm managing my AWS and GCP environment with the same, then I can see those report in here as well. That's fine. Then after here you can see inside the recommendation, if I'm having any recommendation, so I can see those recommendations in here. And as of now, here you can see I'm having those recommendations are present. Like we have to go with this one, Microsoft Defender virtual machine should be migrated to new Azure Resource Manager resource, and this is completed. So that is how we can see that my resources are secure or not. And here you can see Microsoft Defender for DNS should be enabled, and it is turned off. So that's why it is giving me the recommendation that you have to enable this. So based on the if specific recommendation, we can see which is the unhealthy resource and how do we remediate the same thing. So we can run the quick fix logic on the same, we can run one logic app, or we can go to that specific area in order to turn on the same thing. So that is how in the recommendations we are also getting the steps that how do we go ahead and secure the things. That's fine. So that is the use of Microsoft Defender for Cloud. Let me go here and let me again see the status of RDP. Is it configured or not? So now here you can see I have to enter the name for my virtual machine, username for my virtual machine. So this is going to be this one. And for the password, we are having two different options. I can use the password or I can use the password from the key vault. So let me select the key vault, what I have just created. Okay, let me refresh this page. And then here, this is going to be my username. And in the password, let me select this option. Okay, no problem. First of all, let me try to connect my VM with the password. And here I'm going to put up my password with my own and let me click on the connect. Let me allow the pop-up. And here you can see a browser-based session is enabled in order to access my GTLVM in here. That's fine. And here you can see that I will be able to access my GTLVM without even taking it with the RDP session. So the TLS security is going to be applied on my this connection, and I'm securely accessing my virtual machine, my GTLVM. That's okay. Now here I have opened another browser. Let me go to the portal.azure.com. Let me use my this username, and this is going to be the password for me. I'm going to again connect with my virtual machine GTLVM. Let me select this VM. And here I want to go with the bastion. And here this is my username as a user, and I do want to go with the password from Azure Key Vault. Okay, let me see the Key Vault I have created. Yes, I have my keyboard. No problem. So sometime it's happened that it could take some time in order to see the resource in here. And now here you can see I have my keyboard in place. That's okay. Let me refresh it and now click on the connect. Okay, let me allow the pop-up. Connect again. And now here you can see I have logged into my virtual machine by using the password from the key vault. Okay, let me refresh this page, because whenever we are enabling the pop-up, sometime it happens that we need to refresh the page, and we can also take that password from the key vault in order to connect with the VM. This key vault, and this is the thing. Let me click on the connect. And now here you can see connected to the bastion host. So that is how we can utilize the Azure Key Vault itself. Hope this thing is clear to everyone. That's fine. Now let's go ahead and talk about the next concept, that is talking about the Microsoft Sentinel. So the Microsoft Sentinel is a service, whatever the service we are using in order to collect the data from the different resources. So in the Sentinel, we are having the combination of two different things, the SIEM and the SOAR. SIEM is known as a security incident and event management system. So when we are working with our computers, with our devices, so in that case, we are having the event management are present, event manager is present, which we can use in order to see the different events what we are happening inside our system. Same as like that, if we do want to manage the different event from the different sources, software, and the things what we are having. So for the same, we can use this same option. And based on that collected event, that collected log, if we do want to run some sort of threat analysis, and if there is any threat found, and we do want to orchestrate the automated response for the same. So for the same, we are using the SOAR capability in here. So if I'm talking about the Microsoft Sentinel in here, so that is the tool which is providing us the both of the capability. So how the Microsoft Sentinel work? First of all, it will collect the data across the different sources like your users, your devices, applications, infrastructure, and the on-premises things as well. As well as if you do want to ingest the log data into the Microsoft Sentinel from the different cloud like AWS and GCP. So yes, you can do the same. Then after it will detect for the threat, for the false positive things, and run the analytics over there based on the AI based Microsoft threat intelligence. And if any threat or malicious things found on over there, then it will investigate with the threat with the AI and suspicious activity. So for the investigation, we are having two different options are present. Either we can go with the manual investigation, or we can go with the automatic investigation on the same. And based on that investigation, it will respond to the different threats, and accordingly the incidents are going to be responded over there. So that is the working thing of the uh, Microsoft Sentinel. First of all, collecting the things, then detecting the thing, investigating, and responding on the things. So in the Microsoft Sentinel, we are having few concepts which we need to know. First of all, we can use the data connector. So as I told you that you can ingest the data into Microsoft Sentinel from the different sources. So for the same, we are using the data connector. So you can ingest the data to the Microsoft Sentinel from your on-premises machines, from your different cloud providers, from your Office 365, from Azure Active Directory, from local machines itself. Then we are having the workbook in place that is used to monitor the data, whatever the data inserted into the Microsoft Sentinel. And by using the analytics option, you can create the rule that if any suspicious thing occurs, if any suspicious log is collected from the Microsoft Sentinel, then a alert should be generated for the same. Sorry. Then we are having the incident options are present. So incidents are automatically created into the Microsoft Sentinel when a group of alert is triggered over there, and based on that we can run the investigation we have on that specific incident. If we do want to automate the thing, if we do want to automate the remediation step, if we do want to set up the automated respond, so for the same, we can integrate the workflows, we can integrate the logic apps and the playbooks on the same. That's fine. Then we are having the notebooks present in the Microsoft Sentinel. We can use the notebooks in order to see that whatever the things we can do with the Microsoft Sentinel. So if you are good with the developing thing, you are having a good knowledge to the programming languages over there, and for the same, you do want to run some script, you do want to configure some script for the remediation and the threat respond step. So on the same note, you can go ahead and use the notebooks option for the same. In the investigation, we are having the thing available in which we are checking the root cause of the specific threat. And when it comes up to the hunting, so that is the query tool which we can run, and we can check for the different threats before the alert is triggered over there. In the community section of Microsoft Sentinel, you can go and visit the different GitHub repository in order to work with the different workbook. If you want to see the different hunting queries, so you can see the same thing from in here. As well as if you guys do want to get more information about the different things in Microsoft Sentinel, so you can use that community in order to increase your knowledge on the same topic. That's fine. So now let's jump up to the portal and see the Microsoft Sentinel in here. So inside this portal, let me close these tabs. you can go ahead and search for the Sentinel, and then you can create a new Sentinel workspace for you. So first of all, you need to create a new workspace, and when you are having a log analytics workspace with you, then you can attach that log analytics workspace to the Microsoft Sentinel, because all the data is ingested by the Microsoft Sentinel is going to be stored on this specific workspace called log analytics workspace. So the name of my this workspace is going to be Azure Sentinel WS or Azure SNWS, for example. I do want to configure it into the East West region. Then when the validation gets done, then I can go ahead and create the workspace. Let me click on the create. And here, once I'm having this workspace in place, then I can add that specific workspace to the Microsoft Sentinel. That's okay. So it is deploying. That's fine. Okay, now let me click on the add, and I'm adding this specific log analytics workspace to my Microsoft Sentinel. So it is adding the thing. And once we have added this log analytics workspace to the Microsoft Sentinel, then we will be able to see all the things what we have discussed in the slide. Like here you can see in this slide, we are having the different options are present, like connector, workbook, analytic, incident, alert, notebook, investigation, hunting. So all the things we can see in here once we have the log Sentinel is in place. I can do one more thing. Let me go to the portal.azure.com. And from in here, I can search for the Microsoft Sentinel, or I can select this one. Okay, so as of now, I'm not having any Sentinel instance in place. Okay, so now here you can see this is my Sentinel, and here I'm having all the option like incident, workbook, hunting, netbook, threat intelligence, and inside the data connector, you can see that I am having those connectors are available to me. So here you can see as of now, Microsoft is providing us 125 connectors, which we can use in order to connect with the different services what we are having in here. That's okay. Then we can go with the automation in here, and we are having those different options are present in Microsoft Sentinel itself. That's fine. Now let's go ahead with the next concept that is talking about describe the threat protection with Microsoft 365 Defender. So in the Microsoft 365 Defender, we are having the different type of Defender services are present. So in that case, we are having the Microsoft Defender for identity. If we guys do want to secure our identity, so we can use the Microsoft Defender for identity. Same as like that, if you guys do want to manage the security for the different endpoints for our devices, so in that case we can use the Microsoft Defender for endpoint. We are running the different application in our organization, and we do want to configure the security for those application. We do want to make our application more secure. We do want to set the different policies like file policies and all. So for the same, we can use the Microsoft Defender for cloud app. Same as like that, if we guys do want to go with the information protection, we do want to create a proper security management for the different type of emails, attachment, spam policies, data loss prevention policies for us. So for the same, we are having the option present for Microsoft Defender for Office 365 over there. So all of these different type of Defender things are comes up into a single umbrella with this Microsoft 365 Defender over there. That's fine. So first of all, if I'm talking about the Microsoft Defender for Office 365, so it is having the capability for creating different threat protection policy like safe attachment policy, safe link policy over there. Then accordingly it will generate the report, and we are having the capability to investigate the threat and respond to the different threats accordingly. Also, we can go ahead and create the automated investigation and response capabilities. So we are having two different plans are available for Microsoft Defender for Office 365, in which we are having those things are listed in here. So in the Defender for Office 365 plan 2, we are having all the things are available what we are having in the plan 1, as well as we are having the threat tracker and threat explorer capability present into it. We can go for the AIR thing. We can have the attack simulator and investigating the incident and alert option available in the plan 2. If I'm talking about the availability, so you can enable the Microsoft Office 365 Defender as an add-on, as well as you can have that thing available with the Microsoft 365 E5 license, Office 365 E5 license, and Microsoft 365 Business Premium itself. So that plan is automatically included in those licenses as well. Then if I'm talking about the Defender for Endpoint, so that is used to manage the threat and vulnerability for your endpoint for your devices. It will reduce the attack surface reduction for your devices by using the Defender. It will providing you the next generation protection. And also if there is any threat detected over to your endpoint, so accordingly by using the same, you can detect it and you can give the response instantly on the same. Same as like that, if there is any threat are present and based on that threat, the incidents are generated. So you can run the automated investigation and the remediation for the same. You can isolate the device from the network in order to stop the attack surface area. Also, if you guys do want to take a help from the Microsoft threat expert, in that case, you can also use the Microsoft Threat Expert thing, where the Microsoft Threat Expert help you in order to maintain the security things for your organization, but that is going to be a chargeable service for you. Then we are having the Microsoft Defender for Cloud app. So we can use the Microsoft Defender for Cloud app in order to control that which applications is going to be allowed for your organization, which application is going to be denied for your organization, how you can go ahead and create the file policy, like user can download the file or not, user can share the file or not. So these all are the things which we can do by using the Microsoft Defender for Cloud, as well as we can track and monitor the different application what we are running into it. So now let's jump up to the portal and see that what are the things we are having in the Microsoft Defender for Cloud portal. So for the same, I want to open another tenant what I'm having. So let me just make a login to the Microsoft Defender for Cloud app. Okay, so this is the portal.cloudappsecurity.com, and here I want to use my this account, and this is going to be the password for me. And now here you can see I have logged into the portal.cloudappsecurity.com, and from in here we are having the multiple options are present. Like we can see the open alert, we can see the users to investigate how many uh, open authentication privileged applications I have. In the alert area, I can see the different type of alert according to the different risk factors in here. In the investigate option, we can see the activity log, like which activity is going to be performed by the user and from which specific application, IP address, location. We can see the file activity if we configure that which files is going to be accessed by the user, and here you can see all the details for the same. In the connected application, we can see how many applications we have connected in here in order to secure them. So if you guys do want to connect a new application, you can just click on the connect, and here you can see a lot of applications are available which you can connect. And in the dashboard you can see the overall thing. In the discovery or in the discover app, we are having the multiple applications are present, and accordingly we can allow and deny those applications in here. So for allowing the application, what we need to do, we need to simply sanction the application, and when we sanction the application, then we will be able to utilize that application within our environment over there. That's fine. So same as like that, if we guys do want to create a different policies, so from the policies section we can create the access policy, we can create the activity policy, we can create the app discovery policy, file policy, session policy. So there are multiple policy methods are available, and we can also see the existing policy what we are having an effect of the same policy same. That's okay. And that's all about in here. Now we are having the Microsoft Defender for Identity in place. So we can use the Microsoft Defender for Identity in order to monitor the different user activities and the behavior. We can protect the user with the different risk over there, like password attack, password spray attack, and all. And we can identify the different suspicious activity, and also we can investigate the different alerts generated from the user. So in the Microsoft Defender for Identity, we are having all the options are present in order to protect the identities over there. That's fine. Now the Microsoft 365 Defender portal comes up in the line. So if we guys do want to access the specific portal, then we can go to security.microsoft.com. Let me write it again. So we can go to security.microsoft.com, and then we can have access to the specific portal here. That's fine. So let's jump up to the portal and see that what are the different options what we are having in this portal. So here you can see if I go to the security.microsoft.com. Okay, it is opening up. And now here you can see that I am on my this portal, and I'm having all the options are present. Those options are mentioned in the presentation. So as of now, here you can see the incident, alert, hunting, action center, secure score, threat analysis, email collaboration. We are having all the options are listed in to my this portal in here. Let me open this up. And now here you can see in the secure score area, I can see the secure score, that how much my environment is secure and what are the recommended actions are there which we can use in order to secure the things in a proper way. So if we are completing the recommendation, we are completing those recommendations, then we will be able to increase our secure score, and based on that we can make our environment more secure. Same as like that, we are having the device options are present. So as of now, here you can see I have added two different devices in here. We are having the evaluation option present. We can go with the cloud app sections in here. So the important thing is that previously the Microsoft Defender for Cloud app is a different portal, but as of now the Microsoft is integrating the same thing with the Microsoft 365 Defender. So here you can see from this area, we can see the cloud discovery, we can see the cloud app catalog, open authenticated applications and all. And from in here, you can see that I'm having the access to all the things what we are having. That's fine. Now, let me do one more thing. Here you can see inside the policy management, we can manage the policies in here. So there is no need to go to a new cloud app security portal. You can access all the things from in here as well. Also, we talked about the secure score as well, and we had a demonstration for the same. So that is all about the module number 3 in here. Before moving to works with the last module, module number 4, please let me know everyone if you have any query related to this module. That's fine. Thank you very much, everyone, for the quick confirmations from your end. Now I'm going to open the module number 4 in here. And this module number 4 is talking about the different capabilities of Microsoft security or Microsoft compliance solution. So in this specific lesson, first of all, we need to talk about the service trust portal. So let's have a look at what is the service trust portal in here. That's fine. So if I'm talking about the service trust portal, so that is the portal that provide us the information, tool and other resources about the Microsoft security, privacy and compliance parties. So we can sign into the security trust portal in order to see the different documentations over there after signing with the Microsoft account. So in the service trust portal, we are having the different menus like homepage, compliance manager that will measure your progress in completing the actions that help reduce the risk around the data protection and different regulatory standards what we are having. Then we are having the trust document. So it will links to a security implementation and the design information. Then we are having the industries and region option present. So here we can see the documents related to the specific regions over there. So we are having the multiple options are present. Now let's have a look that if you guys do want to access the service trust portal, then how do we do that? So let me come back to my browser, and here in a new tab we can go to the short link called aka.ms/stp. And by accessing that link, we can go ahead and make a login to service trust portal. Then let me go with the sign in option. And once I have signed in with my account, then you can see we are having the different certification, regulation, and standards are available. We are having the report, white paper, and artifacts are available based on the previous assessments in here. We can see the industry and regional resources related to the financial service and all. Then after that, here you can see we are having the My Library option present. So if you guys do want to save some documents in here, so you can save those documents in your library, and whenever any update has been made on that specific document, any version is generated for that specific document, so you guys can go ahead and see those changes from in here easily. That's fine. Now let me go ahead and go to the all document section. So in the all document section, you can see the different documents. Those are related to different type of options. Like here you can see the Australia IARP, what are the different cloud service. So we can filter those things. For example, if you guys do want to see the document, those are related to the Azure. So based on that, we can see the different standard documents, and based on that, we can filter those documents and get the information with that. In the admin center, you can manage the settings for the same, like which role in which you are working, that's fine. So that is all the thing what we are having in the service trust portal. Now, moving ahead and talking about the Microsoft privacy principle. So inside that, the Microsoft's product and the services runs on the trust. Microsoft focuses on 6 different key privacy principles when making the decision about the data, and those principles are control, transparency, security, strong legal protection, no content-based targeting, and benefits to you. So it means that whenever I'm talking about the control, so that is something that putting the customer in control with your privacy, with ease to use tool and a clear choice. Like we are only going to use the thing after getting the privacy or the control access from the user. Then the transparency comes up. So it says that whatever the data is going to be collected by the user is going to use to make some decision for the everyone, and also going to implement for use for the implementing new features in here. Then in the security, it is protecting the data, that it is trusted that Microsoft is having your data with the strong security mechanism and with the proper encryption over there. Then the strong legal protection privacy principle comes up in here. That is the something which is representing the local privacy laws over there. Like whatever the data is collected by you is stored according to the local privacy laws over there. Then no content based targeting privacy principle comes up in here. So in that case, not using the email, chat, file, or personal content to target the advertising over there. For example, Microsoft has collected the email IDs from you, then it is not going to use those things for the different advertising related things over there. And what is the benefit? So benefit the Microsoft is providing to you, like when Microsoft is collecting the data for you, it is using that data in order to make your experience better on the services, whatever the services provided by the Microsoft. That's okay. Then the Microsoft Priva comes up in the line. So that is a new term which is introduced into the Microsoft Defender, and we can use the Microsoft Priva in order to see the dashboard of the different risk management report. So if I go back to my portal, and here I can open compliance.microsoft.com. So this will redirect me to the Microsoft Purview, or we can say the compliance portal of the Microsoft. And from in here, you can see that we are having the option present for the Priva. So here we can see privacy risk management, and inside the privacy risk management thing, we can see the details in here. So that is giving us the dashboard that how our things are secure over there. And here you can see your private subject to a trial is active, and here I can see the different item based on the data. That's fine. So this is a demo thing, so I'm not having much data present in here, but if we are using it the same, so accordingly we can see how many privacy risks I am having, how many items I'm having with the personal data, whatever the new subject right request I'm having. So we can see all those things in here. So here you can see in the portal, as of now I'm having 4 data type, 1 content owner, so I can also explore the same thing. And here you can see I'm having the details available for the same. Is opening up, like I have 1 new training course to complete, and you have 1 training course to complete. So that is how we can see the details in here. So that is how we can see the thing. We can go with the data profile, and here you can see that personal data type instance detected in Microsoft 365 location. So 289 things into the SharePoint, Teams, Exchange, and OneDrive. So same as like that, we can see those details in here. If we are having the different policies, so we can check the status of those policies. And if we do want to create a new policy, then we can create a new policy from here. And which type of policy we do want to create? Data overexpose, data transfer, data minimization. So we can prevent the data transfer within or outside our organization. And for the same, we can create a different type of policies over there. That's fine. Now let me go back to the presentation. And the next concept is talking about the Microsoft Purview Compliance Portal. So as we already working on the compliance portal, so the compliance portal is now known as a Purview portal over there. That's fine. So in the Purview portal, we can see the total compliance score of the organization. It is giving us the information about the active alerts and the reports in here. We can access to the different alert, report, and policies what we are having present into this portal. In the Purview portal, we are having the compliance manager, and in the compliance manager, we can see that how the things are in control, how the things are compliant in our organization. We can check the compliance score. We can select the improve action which we can do in order to improve our compliance score. We are having the different assessments are available. So by default, for generating the compliance score, the default assessments are running. If you guys do want to run a custom assessment or new assessment, so you can create those assessment, and based on that you can generate the compliance score as well. So now let's jump up to the portal and see what are the different things we are having. And now here, before moving to the portal, let's just see the compliance score benefit. So by having the compliance score, we can see the current compliance posture of the organization. We can prioritize the action based on the potential to reduce the risk. In the recommendation, we are having the improve action, and when we complete that action, then how much point we gain. So we can see those things in here. That's okay. So let's jump up to the portal and see how this thing going to be work. So let's have a demo on the same. So here you can see in the Microsoft Purview portal, we can go ahead and manage the compliance manager. We can go to the data classification where we can create the sensitivity info type. We can see the activity explorer, and here in the activity explorer, you can see that whatever the activities is going to be done by the different devices, like file rename, file created, achieve created. So whatever the thing user is doing, we can see those details in here in the specific area. If the file is copied and moved, so we can see all of those details in here. That's fine. Now, apart from that, in the data, you can see the content explorer as well. Like in the content explorer, in the exchange, how many changes is going to be made. So we can see those details in here, that these are the different inboxes are there. And here you can see that what is the thing. So I'm getting those details in here. In the EDM classifier, we are having the different classifiers are present, which we can use to extract the values from the organization data. That's fine. We can create the sensitive info type, like if we do want to create the data loss prevention policies in order to protect our data from being shared or outside from the organization. So we can use those type. We can have the claimable classification classifier option present. That's okay. We are having the alerts are in place, which we can use in order to see the different type of alert. We have the policy option present, so we can create the DLP policy, retention policy, terms of use policy over there. Same as like that, we are having the multiple options are present into the compliance purview portal as well. As of now, let me go ahead to the compliance manager, and by selecting the compliance manager, we can see the compliance score. We can select the improvement action. We can select the solutions what I have made in past time. I can see the assessment and alert and the policy. So as of now, this is going to be the compliance score, and into that 53% of score, I have 1% secure for protecting the information, 24% secure for privacy management, 0% for the governed information, and 7% for the control access, 16% for the managing devices, and for the protection against the threat and 36% for the managing internal risk over there. So that is how we can see the compliance score breakdown itself. In the improved action, we can see that how many actions we can perform in order to improve the secure score, and same as like that we can increase the secure score and achieve the point on the same. Then we can go to the solution. In the solution we can see that what are the solutions we made in order to achieve that specific compliance score what I'm having as of now. In the assessment area, by default it is running this assessment like called data protection baseline for Microsoft 365. If I go on to check my compliance score with the different type of assessment template, so we can select this different type of assessment templates in here, and based on that we can check our compliance score. So we can do the same thing from in here. In the assessment template area, we are having the existing templates are present, and if you guys do want to create a new template, then you can create a new template from this section as well. That's fine. Then in the alert area, we can see and manage the different alert. And based on that, if we do want to create a policy for the alert, so we can do the same thing from in here as well. So these all are the different options are available to us, which we can use in order to work with the different compliance related things over there. That's fine. Now let me go back to the presentation, and this is the module that is specifically talking about the information protection in here. So as we all know that the information is a very critical and very important part for any organization. So if we do want to work with the data, if we do want to secure our data, if we do want to take a proper governance on our data, so for the same we can go ahead and work on the information protection thing. So first of all, know your data. So in that case we need to know that whatever the data we are having and whatever the data is important to us across our on premises, on cloud and hybrid environment, then we need to protect the data. And how do we go ahead and protect the data? So we can protect the data by enabling the encryption over to it, by enabling the access restrictions over to it, or also we can set up the visual markings like watermark and all in order to protect our data. Then we can prevent the data loss. In order to prevent the data, we can create the different type of data loss prevention policy. We can detect the risk behavior. We can prevent the accidental and oversharing of the sensitive information. Then in the governed data, we can automatically keep, delete and store the data and the record it into the compliant manner. What does it mean? For example, if I have created one file and I'm not using that file after some time, so this file is going to be deleted automatically. So if we guys do want to configure that type of thing, so by creating the retention policy, we can automatically run the governance onto that data, and if that data is not usable for us, then we can go ahead and remove that specific data itself. That's fine. Now inside the data classification capability, we are having those things are available. As we discussed, in the sensitive information type, we can create the different sensitivity info types like budget, like credit card number and all. So in the claimable classifier, we can create the pre-claimable classifier, and based on that we can protect the information. In the explore the data, we can see the different data. In the content explorer, we can see the visibility that what content is going to be used. So here you can see, let me come back to the portal again. In the data classification, when I'm selecting the content explorer, so here you can see in the content explorer, based on those specific policies, we can see if the data is matching into the same. So let me go to the teams. And here you can see the no data is available as of now, and total we are having the 39 different type of sensitive infos are present. Then we are having the activity explorer. So inside the activity explorer, we can see like when what is going to be happening, when what is going when what is going to be done on that specific machine. My apologies. So we are having different things are present. So here you can see if file is created, if file is renamed, if file is achieved, file copied to the removable media, then we can see all of that activity in here. That's okay, that's fine. Now let me go back to the presentation. And for the same, if we guys do want to create the sensitivity label, so as I told you, for securing the data, we can encrypt the data, we can select and check the watermark on the data. So for the same, what we can do, we can go ahead and create those type of sensitivity labels over there. That's fine. So now let's jump up to the portal and see how do we create a sensitivity label. But the important thing is that whenever we are creating the sensitivity label, for applying those label, we have to work with the label policies itself. So once we have the sensitivity labels in place and we do want to publish those label, so for the same we are using the label policies. That's fine. Now here I'm moving back to my browser. And in my browser, let me go here and I do want to open compliance.microsoft.com, and let me do one thing till the time I have disabled the RDP access to my Office 365 VM. So let me quickly enable it because I'm going to complete this demonstration on my this virtual machine. So from in here, let me allow it. Okay. Then in the compliance area here, okay, let me go to the data classification or not. In here, I can go to the information protection option, and here you can see that I'm having the labels and label policy available. Let me turn it on. And now I'm going to create a new label, and the name of my label is going to be SC-900 label. Display name is going to be the same. Description for user, this is a SC-900 class demo label. The description is going to be the same for administrators. So those things are optional. For creating the label, you have to provide the username and the display name. Then if you guys do want to select the label color, so you can select the label color from in here itself. That's fine. Let me go with the next. Then where you want to apply that label. So I do want to apply that label on the items. Let me go with the next. And I do want to apply the content marking. Yes, here I can add the watermark, and the watermark is going to be, I can say that GTechLearn, and the font size is going to be 32. Color is going to be the black, and in the diagonal position. Here I can see that in the header, I do want to set www.gtechlearn.com. Font size is going to be 28. In the center, in the footer, I do want to add SC-900 virtual training. Font size is going to be 28 with the center area. So that is how I do want to apply the content marking when someone is using this sensitivity label. Let me go to the next. I do not want to enable the auto labeling. Let me go with the next. And that's fine. Let me go with the next option. And once the options are configured, let me click on the create label. So that is how we can go ahead and create the label. Now, If I do want to publish that label, then I have to publish this label by clicking a label policy. Let me select it and click on the gun. Then when we are creating the policy, first of all, it is talking about that how do you want to publish your label. So let me select that, sorry, which label you want to publish. So I have selected my label, what I have just created. Let me go to the next, on which user. So I do want to include all my user for this label. Let me go to the next. If I do want to configure those options, that user must provide a justification to remove a label. So in that case, we can use this option. We can use this option if we apply the auto labeling. Then user required to apply label to their Power BI content, provide user with a link to a custom help page. So we can go with those options if we want. So as of now, let me go with the next. The default label is going to be this one. If we do want to apply the label default to the document, I don't want to do the same. Let me leave all these settings as it is. In the label policy name, let me type SC-900 label policy. And in the description, demo in the class. Let me go with the next and submit. So now here you can see that new policy created. It can take up to 24 hours to publish the label to the selected user. That's fine. Now here you can see in the label, I'm having one label present and one label policy also present in here. That's fine. Now it's time to test the configuration. So let me go ahead and let me try to take a remote session of my Office 365 VM. Let me close it. And then here I need to provide my username and password. And now here you can see that I have logged into my Office 365 VM. And in my this VM, I have installed Microsoft Office as well. That's fine. Now I'm going to make a login into my this one with the same account. Okay. Here I'm going to enter the password for this user. And now here you can see my user Mayank is logged in. Let me close this world and again I want to open it. Let me open a blank document. So as of now, here you can see my document is blank. Let me go to the sensitivity label and here you can see this sensitivity label is present called SC-900. If I select it, then here you can see as I have configured in the label for the header GTechLearn.com, for the footer SC-900 virtual training, and in between I'm having this GTechLearn in paste. So that is how we can work with that specific thing in here. That's okay. So that is how we can apply the sensitivity label. So if this thing is clear to everyone, we remove this, then the label is removed. That's fine. Now let me go back to the presentation. We already had a demo on the same. Then the data loss prevention policy comes up in the line. So the data loss prevention policy is something where we are preventing our data to be shared. And how do we work with the data loss prevention policy? So as in the picture, you can see that we are having that specific option present where we need to select the location where we are applying that specific policy. And based on that, we can set the condition. And if the condition match, then what action is going to be performed. So that is how we can create the data loss prevention policies, and it is providing the protection for identifying and automatically preventing the sensitive data. We can protect the sensitive information across Microsoft 365, OneDrive for Business, SharePoint, Exchange Online, and Microsoft Teams. If we do if we do want to create the endpoint data loss prevention, so it could be extended to the Windows 10 devices with the auditing and manage activities like creating the data, copying the data, printing the data, and renaming the item. We can also use the DLP in the Teams, where we can use this thing into the Teams and the chat channel itself, that whatever the information is going to be shared in the Teams or not. So these all are the things which we can also manage by using the data loss prevention in Microsoft Teams itself. That's okay. Then we are having the retention labels are in place. So as I told you, like we are creating the sensitivity label, we can also create the retention label and the retention policies. So for creating the thing, for creating the condition that how and when we want to retain the file, so for the same we are creating the retention label, and for applying those policies we are creating the retention policies over there. So we can work with the retention settings with the SharePoint, OneDrive, Teams, Yammer, Exchange, that is helping the organization to govern the content is kept only for the required time, and then the content is going to be permanently deleted. We can apply the same thing at the item level. We can email the document and can have only single retention label to be assigned at a time. So we can automatically apply those label, or we can manually work with those label in here. So we can apply the retention policy to the mailbox level, to the multiple location, and also items are inherit the retention setting from the containers. So now let's jump up to the portal and see that how do we work with the retention label. So here you can see inside this specific area, if I go to the record management area, it is opening up, and from in the record management area, let me go with another option like privacy risk, retention, where I am having that option present. In the data loss prevention, we are not having the retention option present. Information protection, label policy, that policy. Insider risk management, no, not on that. Information protection in the e-discovery, in the communicate compliance, where it is. Let me go to the policies. Okay, and in the data policy, I'm having the option for the retention. That's okay. So in the policy, we can go to the retention policy, and here you can see we are having the label, we are having the label policy and the retention policies itself. That's fine. So first of all, let me go to the label, and I do want to create a new label in here, and the name of my retention label is going to be demo label 01. Retain item forever. So just label item enforce action after a specific period. Then here you can see that I do want to go with the custom with 0 year and 1 day. And here I can select how long is the period. It's for 1 day. Then when should the period begin? When file was created, when item was created. Okay. Then what you do want to do? You want to change the label, or do you want to delete the item? So I want to go with the delete item. And here, let me go ahead and create the label. So that is how we can create the retention label. And once we are having the retention label in place, then we can use the retention policy in order to publish it. Now you can see that start 90-day trial to automatically apply the label to the content, or we can publish this label. So let me go with this option. And here, one day delete label policy, let me go with the next, and scope is going to be the static. In the name, in the all location, I do want to apply this thing. Let me go to the next. Name of my policy is retention policy 01. We go to the next and I do want to finish. So now here you can see most labels become available to user within a week. Labels will appear in Outlook and all. So now here you can see my retention label creation is done. So that is how we can create the retention label and policy. Let me quickly open up the Outlook and we'll see if we are having the access to the same. Okay, so now here you can see I am having in my outlooks and it could take some time. Then after we will be able to see the retention level in that specific area itself. That's fine. So that is the way how we can go ahead and see the configure the retention level over there. That's fine. Now moving ahead to the record management. So if we do want to manage the records over there, so for the same we can use the record management thing what we are having presenting to it. So inside the record management area, we can have the different option. We can retain the item even if the user delete the item. So for an example, in our corporate devices, we are having the data available and user is collecting that specific data. So by using the record management thing, we can protect that data. So we can say that the organizations of all type require the management solution to manage the regulatory label and business critical record over there. So we can label the content as a record, we can save that thing. And here you can see when the content is labeled as a record, we can restrict or put back to the blocks or connectivity. All the activities what you are doing on that specific thing is going to be logged. You can set the proof of disposition and keep the end of the retention period. You can enable the item to be marked as a record as an administrator set up the retention label on the same. So we are having those different options are present. So what are the different use cases for the same? So we can use it when we want to apply the retention thing automatically for the same. So in here, if I'm moving back to my portal, let me go to the record management area. In this specific area, we can start the trial. And as of now, E3 subscription access record management and to get free trial for E5. Okay. No problem. I can upgrade my subscription. So we are having multiple options are present. So here you can see your currently has E3 license. Let me see which license I am having with this. So let me go to admin center because I have configured the E5 license on that specific canning, but it says that I'm having the E3 license. Let's see. Okay, so that is the business premium license I'm having. Okay, no problem. So if you have the proper license with you, then you can go ahead and create that type of things over there by using the record management in here. No problem. Now, moving ahead with the next concept, module number 4, that is talking about the insider risk management. So the insider risk management is something which you can use in order to minimize the insider risk, insider activities in your organization over there. So how it works? So the insider risk management is a solution what we are having in the Microsoft 365 that help us to minimize the internal risk. It is detecting the thing. It is investigating on the thing and based on the different risky and malicious activities over there. We can run the communication compliance. So by using that, we can detect and capture the inappropriate messages what we are sending in our organization, and it could be supported with the Teams, Exchange Online, Yammer, and different third-party communications in the organization. We can also configure the information barrier that will help you to restrict the communication and the collaboration between the two different internal groups what we have creating. So by using that, you can avoid the conflict of interest from occurring in your organization. And that information barrier option is supported in Microsoft Teams, OneDrive for Business, SharePoint, and other. That's fine. Now moving ahead and talking about the fifth module, that is talking about e-discovery and audit capability. So you can go ahead and run the audit thing in here, and e-discovery as well. So e-discovery is thing that you can use in order to investigate the thing. And in the e-discovery, we are having the content search. By using the content search, you can search for the content based on the keyword, based on the condition and role-based permission. Then in the e-discovery standard option, you can search the data, you can export the data, you can manage the cases, or also you can use the legal hold as well. In the previous option, you are having the multiple things are present, and based on that, you can tag the data, you can run the analytics over there as you want. That's fine. So we are having the multiple type of options are present. So for an example, if we are having any suspicious activity detected inside the organization, and based on that we do want to run the investigation, so for running that specific investigation, we can go ahead and use the e-discovery thing what we are having present into it. That's fine. Now moving ahead and talking about the auditing feature in the Microsoft Purview. So inside the Microsoft Purview, by using the auditing, we can take a look to the security event investigation and all. And Microsoft Purview is providing the two different type of audit things to us, like audit standard and the audit premium. In the standard one, it is enabled by the default, and it thousands of audit events, and it is giving us the 90-day of audit record retention. We can access the same thing by using the GUI, CMD and the API itself. So now here you can see, if I go back to my portal in here, in the compliance area, I'm having the audit thing available. And in this specific audit section, we can see the new search, and based on that, we can see the activities. So for example, if I do want to check the audit from the November 1, then end date. Okay, let me go to the end date. Start the valid format on the start date earlier than the end date. Okay, let me go ahead with that specific time. Why it is not giving me the information? The start date is earlier than the end date. Yes, that is. Let me go back in here. Okay, no problem. Then in the activity, you can select which type of activity, which do we want to log. So I do want to select the accessed file, change retention label, click mark record, check the in file. So we are having the multiple type of things are present. So let me select 1 or 3 or 4 options in here. Then we can select the user and all, and accordingly we can go with the search. So if there is data available based on that search, then we can see that data. And here you can see that here I am having this record available. So we can see those search in here. And when we are having the result available, then we can see those results. And as of now, the job status is queued. That's fine. Now in the classic search area, we can go with the classic search option. Then we are having the audit retention policy. So if we do want to create the audit retention policies, then we can go with those options in here. That's fine. So that is how we can work with the audit related thing. Then we are having the module 6, that is talking about the compliance related thing and the governance related capability. So we can use the Azure policy in order to create some standards over there, and based on that we can work over there. So by creating the Azure policy, we can maintain the compliance posture of our organization. How do we do that? Let me just give you a quick example. Here in my portal, let me go back to my portal, and now I do want to create one resource group. In my resource group, let me type the resource group name. This is going to be Azure Policy RG. I do want to create it into the East US region. Let me create it. Now, once I have my resource group in place, then I do want to configure a policy into that specific resource group what I have just created. So let me search for the policy. Okay. Then in the policy area, let me go to the assignment section, and I do want to assign one policy, and this policy is scoped to my resource group what I have created, AG policy RG. And here in the definition, I can select allowed SKU. And let me search for virtual machine. Or what I can do, let me search for the SKU. And where it is, allowed virtual machine size SKU. Then let me leave the name. Let me go to the next, and let me go to the parameter, and here I'm allowing the basic A0 and A1 size only. Then let me go with the review and create. And now I have created a new policy that only work with the size basic A0 and A1, we can create a virtual machine of that size in resource group AG policy RG. Now here you can see the policy is applied. Let me go to the portal and I'm going to refresh the page. After refreshing the page, here you can see if I go to the virtual machine area, let me go ahead and create a new virtual machine. And the resource group I'm selecting as AG policy RG. The name of my VM is going to be GTL VM02. I do want to create it with Windows Server 2016. This is going to be the username, and this is going to be the password for my VM. And let me go with the review and create option. Now you can see that I'm expecting one error because I have selected the another virtual machine size. Now here you can see the validation failed. And what is the issue? Resource GTM VM02 disallowed by the policy. And which policy is applied? Allowed virtual machine size SKU. Yes, I'm just taking 1 or 2 more minutes and then it's over, no problem. So that is how we can work with the Azure policy. And then we have the last concept for the same, and that concept is talking about the Azure blueprint. So we can use the Azure blueprint in order to define the replicable set of Azure resources, and we can use the Azure blueprint for the deployment of different resources what we are having in the Azure subscription, like role assignment, policy assignment, ARM template, and the resource group. So we can, if we do want to deploy these things again and again, so instead of creating the things many times, we can create a blueprint and then we can utilize it for the same. We can replicate the objects for the blueprint into the multiple regions as well. So that is all about this module, and that is all about the SC-900 as well. So thank you very much everyone for joining me in the session today. Before winding up the session, if you have any questions with you, you can put up your queries in here. I'm really happy to answer all of them. Otherwise, we can wind up the training for today. Okay, so everything looks good in here. Once again, thank you very much for joining me in the session, and we'll see you all in any other training session. Bye-bye.